Good evening and welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the True Crime Cafe with me, Mr. Dago. It is great to have you all back tonight. I'm grateful to see you, grateful to have you here. Hope you're all having a great night. And I appreciate you all joining me for this tonight. Everyone, tonight we're going to be looking into the Dyatlov Dyatlov Pass. There we go. I got it that time. And what really happened out there? It's slated to have some supernatural theories with it. And wow, it's a mess. It's a scary situation. Nobody really knows. And there's a lot of questions, guys. I have questions. Many people have questions. It's crazy, but we got a few different things to look at with this tonight. So I hope you're here for it. And I hope you are interested in it because it's definitely a creepy story, guys. So, welcome back to Paranormal, Creepy, and Unexplained for Friday night, everyone. It is great to have you here where we take a little break from the true crime week that we have day after day after day after day, and we delve into the mysterious, the creepy, the paranormal, the unexplained, the supernatural, whatever it is. It's a different type of thing. So I'm excited for it. I love doing it. And I hope you guys do too as well. So I don't know about tinfoil with this one because this one, there ain't no explaining this logically, in my opinion, because every time you try to, there's another answer that comes out and says, hey, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. But tonight there's no crime talk. It's all about the paranormal, creepy, supernatural, and unexplained stuff that goes on in the world around us as we try to look into it. There's a lot of different theories, conspiracies, and rabbit holes with this, but I'm telling you, I just don't know. I've watched I don't know how many documentaries on this, you guys, and I just can't seem to get one that makes sense to me. Just saying. Just saying. So, wonder if mom got her electric back on. I hope she did. I hope she did. I hope she did. I hope she did. All right. All right. All right. Let's see here. I think I'm going to send mom a little invite in case she likes to join me. And if not, I guess I'll be up here all by my lonesome. Unless, of course, Miss Doodle would want to join me. Either way, I'll be good, guys. I can be scared all by myself. No problem. I hope nobody is scared, guys. It's not horrible, like I said, to SRB, but it's an interesting story, and it's definitely got a paranormal tip to it and some supernatural stuff involved. So, first off, who's in here with us tonight who joined us for this creepy story we got to go on with? Of course, I see my doodlebug hanging out down there. Miss Delta's back in the house. Good to see you, Miss Delta. Mike is in the house as well. Great to see you. SR BBBBB. Good to see you tonight. Musical contestants in the house. Welcome to you, dear. Good to see you. Miss Victoria and Angel, welcome back to you. Brian's ramblings. Oh my goodness gracious. Good to see you again, Brian. It's great to have you here. Lumish theme. Hold on here. Miss Taylor with Stitch and Bitchin' and More's in the house. Welcome back, Miss Taylor. Good to see you tonight. Cassie, Irma Gerd. Hello. Good to see you. Susbusters. Welcome back to you. It's great to see you. Aaron B. What's happening, brother? Good to have you back in the house. Kel, always a pleasure, dear. I'm seeing all this green and I'm loving it. It's growing again. That green is getting bigger and brighter, guys, and I appreciate it so very, very much. Let me see. Let me see. Alicia, hello and welcome back to you. Let's see. Where else? Who else? Who else? Who else? Squishy Bomb's in the house. Welcome back, Squishy. Quest for Truth. Hello and welcome. Great to see you. Always love seeing new faces, new names. Thank you for joining us tonight. All right. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Looks like we got 33 beautiful peeps in here. 18 likes, guys. Try to make that match if we can, because that just helps me to get into that algorithm so that everybody can come on in here anytime we're live. I think I got, let me go up here to the top here and see if I missed it. Bark you. Hey, hey. Good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. Mystery's back in the house as well. Miss Sherry, Wisdom Speaks. Thank you for being here. Thank you to all of my blue crew for joining me tonight. I appreciate you all so very much. Because we all know I could not, would not, or should not do this without them. Brady B, the OG in the house. Good to see you tonight, Miss Brandy. Thank you for joining us. Great to have you here today. I think I covered everybody. Mana Monsters. Mama's in the house. Hello, hello. I left you a link in Discord, Mom, if you want it. If not, no biggie. Let's see. Alicia J. I said you first. You were one of the first names I said. Let me see here. Let me see. Let me see. I think I covered everybody. I think. Do I think? I think. I think. I think I got everybody. If I miss you, I didn't mean to. I will catch up with you. I promise. Again, yes, I'm wonderful to see all of our Florida people in here. Steven's Adventure, welcome back to you as well. And again, wonderful to see all this green. I want to thank you to all the people earlier from the morning show that brought in all those new members. 18 new members within 10 minutes this morning. That's awesome. We do appreciate that here so very much. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Show. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Hmm. I can't get in Discord. It's on. Oh, Mom, I'm sorry. Hold on, Mom. All right, this link. I'm only putting this link in here for Mom, guys, tonight, just so that she doesn't have to. She's struggling with things. There's that link, ma'am. If you want it, of course, you don't have to have it, but you're welcome to if you want to. It's always nice to have a little company up here. And I love discussing things like this with Mom because she's a huge paranormie like me. Welcome, everybody. Again, 33 people, 20 likes, guys. Please, please, if you will, make sure to hit that like button when you come through the door. Share this out if you can. Let me see here. Let me see here. Well, Brian, we're not doing any kind of anything but the paranormal stuff tonight, Brian. So maybe tomorrow we can do that if you would like to. If you would like to join us in the morning to talk to us about that, yeah. But tonight we're just doing the paranormal stuff. I will have you up. I just want to keep the topic on. I want to stay on topic with the topics that we're on. That's all. I've had you up before. I have no problems with you, sir. I just want to stick to this tonight, and then tomorrow, when we're not on this topic, of course, we can talk about other stuff. I just want to keep everybody focused. That's all. That is all, my friend. I always enjoy talking to you. Always, always, always. But as of tonight, we're covering the Dyatlov Pass incident and trying to talk about what really went on there because nobody seems to know. Nobody seems to understand. Nobody. Nobody. Walt is late. Is he? Is he? Is he? Is he? I think Walt does it on purpose. I'll be honest with you. Just saying. Just so he can. Sometimes. Sometimes. I don't know. He might not like you. He might get spurred. Who knows? How nuts is this paranormal? It depends on who you are. Um, it depends on if how well you take this stuff, Brian. This tonight we're talking about the Dyatlov Pass incident. 9 people lost their lives, and there's no answers to how. And the way they found them, as you'll see, was quite crazy and considering. So it's an interesting story. It really is, and I'm gonna show it to you tonight. I don't want you to get scared though, so Doodle, you got to cuddle up next to SRB here because you know she gets a little creeped out with these things. So you guys hang together. It's not horrible, Brian. It's not horrible, but it's creepy for sure. Hello,
Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm on the phone with my AirPods that I never use, so
No,
I
you
wasn't
actually
sure how the audio was going to be.
you sound pretty clear actually.
Oh, cool.
Can you hear me good?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You're a little low, but not bad.
Let me see if I can move this mic thingy around.
Oh wait, it started to get louder there.
Is that better?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect.
No, Brian. It wasn't a plane crash. They were on a hiking expedition. Well, I'm not going to tell you. You'll find out. I'm not going to spoil it, sir. That's an interesting story. Mom, are you familiar with this?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Hmm. It's interesting to say the least. I'll say that much. Now there was. I don't want anybody to get this confused with Donner Pass. Donner Pass was morbid, and I didn't know how many people could. I was thinking about that one too. But Donner Pass was a cannibalistic situation where they started eating each other. And that one was a bit triggering, to say the least, for some people. So I said, let's go with this other one because I got to hold both or either or. But this one really intrigues me. So that's why I thought we would jump into it. And there's still really no answers on this. There is Dane. Welcome, by the way. A movie on that is Donner Pass. They did make a movie. I think they made a movie about this too, but
Yeah,
it's
there's a
always
movie and a documentary about Donner's Pass.
yeah.
If you're as old as I am and you've seen Alive,
Mm-hmm.
Alive was made after Donner's Pass, and then there's also a documentary that one of the survivors was a part of making,
Yes,
or one of his relatives. I think it was him personally. I have a
I
lot of
do.
cases in my head.
I do agree. I think you are correct, ma'am. But this
It's
one,
subtitled, but it's worth watching. Sorry.
oh no, it's fine. This one, I was looking at this last Friday when we were doing the other stuff, and I'm like, I've actually been thinking about this for a while, and I said, we'll wait on this one. But we are here, and it is. I'm telling you, it's an interesting, really, really interesting story to say the least. And there's really, truly no answer to this. There's no ghosts. but there's a supernatural side to this that figure it out. You know what I mean? Which is why we do this, guys. It's nice to be able to take a little walk away from crime. I mean, we're not far off with this kind of stuff, but this is a little bit more interesting because it gets your brain twisting and it gives you a break from the other stuff. You know, we're twisting our gears in a different direction than we normally do. And I enjoy that. So here we is. I'm just giving it a few minutes to see if anybody else wants to jump in because I don't want to start this one over because I once you get rolling with this, it's kind of like let's stick to this and let's do it. So any luck with your power yet, Mom?
No, they're useless.
I know. I'm so sorry. I didn't want to bring it up, but I just wanted to ask.
I appreciate you asking.
Of course, of course. You know we always worry about you. I always worry about you, especially out there in the BFE of Florida. And when you're having troubles, I don't like it. So you and the Mister Monster, uh, we worry about. So we're thinking about you. Hopefully, though, have they given you any kind of a turnaround time yet at all? Anything?
No, they were here like, I don't know, about 2.5 hours ago, and they all stood around with their fingers up their tushes and then left without saying
Oh,
a word.
that's even better. That makes it worse because they didn't even speak to you and tell you, "Hey, this is what we're going to do. We'll be back at this time. We'll do this." That's ridiculous.
I used to work for them, so I don't think highly of them to start with.
I get it. Yes, this is a mystery, Brian, but there is also a supernatural, somewhat paranormal tip to this from some of the theories and stuff that have come out. So it is paranormal or supernatural. Depends on how you see it. So it's definitely interesting for sure. We're gonna get started here in just a minute.
And guys, nobody think I'm being rude. I'm on my phone, and StreamYard's all jacked up when you're on your phone, so I'm trying to switch back and forth between chat and panels, so I'm not trying to be rude or miss anybody.
Oh, you couldn't be rude if you wanted to. Well, yes, you could. But yes, yes, you could, but not in here with these people. I caught that as soon as I said it. Don't worry. Mom surprised me a couple of times, you guys, and I was just kind of like, really now? Just saying. But
It
you
takes a
only do
lot.
it.
It does
It
happen.
does. Yes, yes, it does take a lot. Meggy Techie. I get to say it again. Meggy Techie, Meggy Techie. Good to see you, Meggy Techie. Thank you so much for joining us. We do appreciate ya. Mecky, the smart one. Mecky had me. You do realize when we were playing that game, Mom, I was watching what Mecky was doing, and I was trying to get in there because I'm very, very competitive with stuff like this. And I kept watching Mecky jump on top, and I'm like, God damn it! Let me get his number. Give me that word. Give me that word. Boom! Mecky jumped back up there. I'm like, damn it! Damn it! Damn it! It was
I
all
love
good fun.
Mickey.
Yes.
Mickey is very competitive as well, so that's
Yes.
good.
I think. Yeah. I think I realized that too. It was all fun though, and I talked about that game today. That's exactly how I feel, Mecky. Look, I need to win. It's not a want, it's a need. I have a need to win. So yes.
Mickey's a rock star. I love her.
Yes. Yes, yes. That was a blast though. That game was amazing. And I know I had a blast and I introduced it to everybody today, told them about it that we're gonna be playing it too. So I mean I gotta get together when you get some free time and all your stress is alleviated because I want to talk to you about I'm going to be adding. Mikey came up with an idea after we were all in your show the other night. The last time we were in there, the Mike was watching the Nightbot stuff, how that was all working, and he was threw it at me like, "Hey, D, this might be a good idea for you." Blah blah blah. Well, I agree because I've been thinking about it myself. So I want to get with you and see how to work through that Nightbot stuff, or Mini, whoever I got to talk to about it, and see how we work that out and get that set up because I think I'm gonna start using that too.
So I'm very proud to say that Nightbot is like one of the few things I was able to figure out on my own without Minnie.
I
So
didn't know, and I wasn't trying to be rude. So
no, you're fine. He does everything else. He's my IT guy. Discord, all that stuff, that's all his child because we would
yes,
not have a Discord if it wasn't for him.
right.
And he set up my OBS and all that. But Nightbot, I got you. I love Nightbot.
I've it seems very useful and it's really cool. So I want to set it up and run it and give some of these mods a break with some of that stuff as well, so they can concentrate on other things. And I want to set all of our the mental health links that we throw out here. I want to set those all on Nightbot and let those just roll through. So and the help links too. Oh, Brian's getting a new computer. You're gonna be rolling with the big boys now, Brian. So whenever you get some time, Mom, like I said, when all your some of your stress is alleviated, because I know it never all goes away. But if you could just like give me a little, be my teacher for a couple hours or something, and explain to me how to do it so I can set it up, because I'm really stupid with this stuff. You know that already. So
Yeah, yeah. Sometime this weekend after I get power, we'll do like a private stream link, and I'll share
yeah,
my screen and show you how to do it.
that would be
You'll love
awesome.
it. So will the mods. Like
I yeah.
Sparky, it's my first mod, and she loves it. Like she didn't know anything about doing anything electronic, and
Mhm.
once I installed Nightbot into the YouTube, like she learned all the commands and how to do stuff, and she absolutely loves it. And it does take a lot off your mods, and your mods are able to like chat more, and then you
Yeah.
have like if you go on my channel, which you can set it different ways, but like if you just I'm just gonna use Doodle for instance. So if you go in there and you just put exclamation mark and a ladybug, it drops Doodle's link. Like
Oh,
you don't have to go find
so it's
it. You
got
don't have
like hotkeys.
yeah, yep.
Ooh. Aha, that's awesome. Thank you, Doodle.
And then
By the
like
way,
all my inspirational stuff that comes up, those are all set on automatic commands. So they drop every you can set it between 5 minutes and 2 hours. It's got like a time bar. So like my
uh-huh.
inspirational quotes and my DNA kit and name us and all that stuff, like I've got them set to where they don't drop so much that it fills the chat, but like every 10 to 15 minutes it'll drop a helpful link or something inspirational.
Right. That, yeah, that's kind of what I'm like. I want to clear that up. I want to give them the ability to be more interactive. And that way, plus, a lot of times they're dealing with their kids or they're dealing with other stuff when they're in here trying to do this at the same time. And this way, some of them get up, will drop the same link at the same time, or they forget, which I don't bother, doesn't bother me. But this way, they don't have to worry about it. And they can just worry about actually moderating, whacking people if they need to, and they can actually follow the shows too. That's the other thing. You know what I'm saying? So, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Doodle, very much, hon. And I appreciate anybody that chooses to support this channel via Venmo, PayPal, or Cash App. Should you choose to, guys, we never ever expected. It is so very much appreciated. That is how I keep the channel running via StreamYard and the internet and all the little things that we got to pay for. That's how I do it. So thank you very much for that. If you choose to do that. Let's see. Yeah, and I noticed, Mom, that it's very coordinated. It's very like organized. That's another thing I love too. It's just whenever it's just floating through there, and I love that. And
Yep.
Mikey kind of like read my mind about it too. So
I spent probably a week because I'm super like OCD when it comes to stuff for the channel. So I spent
hmm
like a week going through and setting up everything, and then like all the inspirational quotes, I wrote all those. They're not stolen off Google or nothing like that. Like I wrote all those and
I
put those
I
together.
kind of figured
And
that out too.
the resource links and stuff like that. So, and I've got it, like I said, I've got it set where they're not squished super close together.
Right.
And like even I can go in and change like how you use commands to drop channels. You can go in and change it to where it'll drop the channel name periodically. And
Mm-hmm.
it's got like really cool tools in there too. Like really cool tools. Like you can set it up to play music and you can use it to play
Right.
games. Like it's so cool. Like you can do like heist games in there and the
And
chat
it
can get interactive with it too.
right. And the thing is, that was something else that really got me too. Was thank you very much, Captain Jax. It's great to have you back, brother. We hadn't seen you in a while. I was worried about you. Thank you for the 99 super chat. It says woohoo, paranormal night. Thank you, brother. You are appreciated. Um, the how that game, like I've never seen a game. I've played games on here, trivia games that I've had to kind of piece together to make them work through YouTube.
Hmm.
That one was work. It was interactive with the StreamYard chat. That blew my mind, and I loved it. It was really cool. Um,
Yeah, one of the Aussie channels that I don't know, I haven't seen her around in a while. She's the one that turned me onto it like a year ago.
who?
And one of the Aussie girls that used to have a
Oh,
channel, I haven't seen her around. I don't know if she still has a channel or not, but she's the one that turned me onto it. And like
okay.
it's it's great for like decompressions and just getting away from true crime. But you know, after his wreck and everything happened, if I am live, I'm generally talking about something really serious. So I never had a chance to actually play it like live on a live. Like I've played it on a private stream link just to make sure it worked.
Yeah, right.
But it's a really cool game, and I love being able to interact with the chat, which that's what I love about not all that I love it, but one of the things I love about you is you and the mods and everybody that interact with the chat. And I remember when I first got into like chatting in YouTube, other than like Slap Cam and like huge channels, you know what I mean, Mr. Baldwin
Yeah,
and them, but actually like being a part of communities. And the last thing you want to do is go into a channel and not be acknowledged.
of
You
course.
know, that just
Yep.
does something to you. Then you're like, well, this creator doesn't even care that I'm here.
Well, and
You know,
here's the thing. You know what? With you saying that, thank you for saying that because a lot of people they become members of these channels. They pay out of their pocket, whether it's 99 cents or 2.99 or five, whatever it is. They're still paying to become a member of this community in this chat. Sometimes they drop super chats, super stickers. They send, Venmo, Cash Apps, whatever. They're a member of that community doing this. To not be acknowledged or even to be said hello to in the chat, not to have discussions or to ignore comments. I never understood that. I was one of them people that would sit in the chat and follow a creator like to the end, super chat here and there and buy membership and this and that, and never was spoken to maybe once out of a year. And I was like, does he even know I'm here? Does he care? And we're growing and supporting this channel for this person, and they don't even seem to know I exist. And it seemed so wrong to me. So when I decided to start my channel, I said one of the main things I will do first off is be fully interactive with my community, and I want to be part of that community. I want to be, I've always stated, I want we're on the same level, guys. I'm not up here and you're all down here because that's how that makes people feel sometimes. So, and at the same time, a lot of times, this is one thing I've stressed for a long time. Some of the people that come into these communities, this is all they have. They don't have anything else. A lot of them are alone. Some are older people that have nothing in their life but this. They don't see other people in the world. Okay. People don't say hello or goodbye or kiss my ass or anything to them all day long. So that's why I started saying, I know it takes time and it irritates a lot of people. I don't care. What if I've said this, if I'm the only person that says hello to Brian today, I'm just using you as an example, Brian, because your name's right there. Um, if I'm the only one that says hello to him, that may be the highlight of his day. And if I'm not, if I don't say it to him and nobody else does that day, that's sad to me. It's important to be recognized and to feel like you're part of something. You know what I mean? So that's why I do that. And I will always do that. Welcome, Victoria. Good to see you. And Dane, if I didn't say it already, welcome to you. But yeah, I agree with you, Mom. It's a huge thing. And like you said, that's one of the things you liked about that because that says it right there. And people have asked me, I think there was once I forgot to do it, and everybody's like, "Are you mad at me, or did you not see me? Did you forget? Whatever." No, hell no. You know what I mean? So that says something. Hello, good golly, Molly's in the house. Good to see you, Molly.
I do. And then you have people that start to wonder in the chat and they're like, "Am I blocked? Can y'all see me?" And that just it breaks my
I
heart.
don't.
It's like, nobody
Yep.
should feel that way. Like I always try
Nope.
to make sure everybody's welcome and I do wish that YouTube would update the phone where you can tag people and you don't have to like shorten screen names and stuff like that.
Yes.
But and like this, I very rarely use my phone. I never use my phone to go on panel unless I'm coming on your panel. And this
Right.
sucks. Like I can't see the chat and it's aggravating the shit out of me.
Yeah. Yep. I get it. Absolutely. I absolutely get it. Welcome, Jilly Bean. Good to see you this evening. Thank you for joining us. It is, guy. It really is. Interaction is. What is the point? Here's my thing, though. What is the point? Thank you, Brian, very much. What is number three? Let's try this again. What is the point in having a channel if you're not going to talk to the people? So, and I've seen creators that are like this, that they'll go live for 2 hours. They'll sit and talk for 2 hours straight. They don't say nothing to anybody in the chat. And then they say bye, thank you, if that, and then they're gone. I don't understand that. This is an interactive thing. That's the whole point. We're here to interact and talk. I'm a commentating channel. We talk about and review other things and talk about different cases. That's how I handle my stuff in here. And I always want to know what everybody in the chat feels about certain cases and what they think. And you can't do that if you're not talking to people. So yes, it's a very important part of it, in my opinion. So, and a community is about that. To me, this is a family. That's why I'm very real with everybody. I don't hold back things. I'm the same person out here than I am in here. Everybody knows what's going on within my life. And yes, people said maybe that's a mistake. So, honestly, at this point, I don't care. I'm not going to be a character on YouTube and then be Joe out here. Granted, I have a different name, but there's a different story behind that. Okay. Thing is I'm the same person in real life that I am on YouTube. I don't hold anything back. I don't change anything for that. The only thing I don't do on YouTube, and that's only out of respect, is I don't swear a whole lot because my audience is based off of a lot of women, and I was always taught to not talk that way in front of women, and it's just one of those things. So it's just a respect thing. Not that I know that they talk that way too. I've been told that. It's not the point. It's just how I was raised. So that's the only difference out here from in here that I do. So, and I really don't swear that much out here either, anymore. Because of this, and I like that. We don't need to swear all the time to get our point across. At least not with certain words, I should say. But when I get mad, as you've seen, Mom, I do drop certain words that I would prefer not to. Welcome, Stiggy.
No, I get it. I try to be super respectful over here, but on my channel I tend to loosen up a little bit more and there is adult language.
Well, that's
But I
that's
still
the
try to be
that's the
respectful, you know what I
misconception.
mean?
I don't want people to think that either. That's a misconception. Just because I do it, I don't expect you guys to do it. You could fling whatever you want to fling words around over here. Please, I want everybody to be themselves. The only thing I'm not a big fan of is like certain types of vulgarity. When you get real like detailed and nasty about certain body parts and parts of your life and stuff, that's not something we need.
Right.
Other than that, swear away. I don't care. That's just my choice. If you choose to do it, then please be yourself. That's what I want. That's all. So it's all good. Um, I think so. We got 45 peeps in here, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button on the way in the door. Share this out if you will. And we're about to get started. And again, if anybody has questions, if there's anything that you need me to stop for, back up, speed up, slow down. Now, I am going to throw this up real quick just because some people have a tendency.
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
And if you need to, don't be ashamed. It's no big deal. You will not be judged. It's okay because there are pictures. I have what we're gonna watch has the original, the real pictures that were taken, and some of it's a little bit in. Yeah, okay. I'm good with it. I've seen way worse than what we're gonna see. Some people just don't handle it. So I'm just giving you a heads up that some of the things we might see might get you a little grossed out. It's nothing horrible. Just telling you. I did scan through many different things on this to make sure I didn't bring the really gross ones out, just because they don't need to be. You can get the idea from seeing what we're gonna see. Thank you, Alicia. So that's it. By the way, Mom, before we get started, did you ever get any messages back from that Joanne about Christopher?
No, but I am in contact with an advocate that I work with that is in direct contact with her. And I was able to tag a really good group, Voices
Okay.
for the Voiceless. They are
Yeah,
amazing. The creator is Whitney. That is not Voices here on YouTube. This is an
I know.
actual missing advocate. Her name is
Right.
Whitney Stitch. She is freaking amazing. I got to meet her, which I've worked with her with Vladek's case through Bethany, which is Vladek's sister that has become like my sister. I mean, and that's what
Yeah.
happens sometimes in these cases. You get really close to these people. And I actually
Gotcha.
had the honor to meet her, so she knows who I am. And I reached out to her and I told her, I said, "Hey, I have no power. I can't get to my laptop. I can't get to any of my missing resources. Like, I'm literally sitting here, like, chewing through my fingernails. Can you
Mm-hmm.
make a flyer for him?" And she did get him a flyer out today. And I sent it to Doodle and I sent it to Ardit. I think they're the
Okay.
only ones I have on Messenger. And Messenger is all I have on my phone. So I'm not able to, like, send it through Discord to anybody else.
I'll have
But
Doodles
if you
to
have
me.
Facebook Messenger, or, you can
I'll
hit
have to
me up
get you.
through Mind of Monsters and I can get it to you. And what she's asking now is that anybody that is in the state of Nevada,
Mm-hmm.
or any bordering states, if you can get your hands on that flyer, please share it far and wide, because he's probably in the Carson City area, which is
Okay.
Reno, is my understanding. And
Well,
that's
I
all
wanted
that
to.
I can put out publicly.
Okay, I wanted to run a show on him, but I don't have any actual information as to what the hell happened. And I was hoping, I think Arctic wants to do the same thing. Um, Arctic, I do a little more in-depth stuff and a little bit longer type things about the whole story and this and that. Arctic puts it out nice and neat, quick and fancy, and out the door it is. That's why I wanted him to get in touch so he could get something going right away.
Yeah, I put out a short, and then Arctic put out a short as soon as I got the flyer to him. He
Okay,
put out a short, but the information that I've been able to gather, I cannot share publicly. So pretty much all that can be put out is his name, his age, where he was last seen,
okay,
and that's all that can be publicly released right now.
I understand
And I know
completely.
that's frustrating as hell, but just for the integrity of the case, I can't, like, I
No,
can't say any more.
understandable. No, I wouldn't want to put anything like that out anyway. Um, Especially in that sense. So yes.
So that's
I
what
have.
happens with these cases, is they're very fluid, especially when you get tagged in something on Twitter and then you're looking into it and you're kind of feeling it out, you know what I mean? And then once the information starts coming in and you start getting updates, it's like, oh, well, what the
Yeah,
hell can I
yeah,
talk about? What am I not supposed to talk about?
of
But the
course.
people that
Welcome,
I work
Metro.
with in the background are really good about, like, getting right back to me and, being
Absolutely.
like, put the brakes
Absolutely.
on here, put the brakes on here, this is okay. So there had to be a
Wow.
huge Twitter cleanup done today, and it's
Sure,
been,
sure.
I guess I wasn't able to work today, but like I was telling my old man, when I started doing this is when, as old as I am, I found my calling. Like, this is what I do. This is my jam. This is what I want to do full time. So even as crappy as today's been, being able to help this mom get a flyer out there and be, a part of behind the scenes it really helped my heart today with everything that's been going on.
Of course, that's what it's all about. That's we've talked about. Same thing for me. My dream at this point with what we do is to have a RV or something and to travel doing this, but that's neither here or there. I'll do the best I can from this point. But yeah, Doodle, if you'll send that to me, I want to put a short out as well, and then I'll talk with you later, Mom, about some other stuff. But that's awesome. I appreciate the fact that you did that. I'm not ignoring you, Kels.
Let me infiltrate your live today with it too. That means the world to
No,
me.
no. That's what it's all about. Anytime anything like that comes in, it needs to be put out. Period. That's how I do it. So, Kels 420. I saw you. I was just letting Mom finish, and also faithful Mom Cheryl. Welcome. I'm sorry you didn't get a notification. That drives me nuts. I wish Wildfire. Welcome to you. Great to see you. And anybody I may have missed, I don't see you. For all those just staying out in the hallway there and watching, thank you for watching. Please hit the like button. We appreciate you. And share it out if you will. I know you are, Kills. I know you are. Thank you, Doodle. Very much. So I loved liking you earlier. Well, I love that you like loving. I love that you love liking me, Brian, because I love I love being liked by you. Wow, I got that one. Anyway. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's pretty wild, isn't it, Captain Jenks? Definitely. Australia's 60 Minutes got a different twist on it too. It's pretty wild. Christopher Henderson. Yes. All right, guys. Let's get this Caripa show on the road. Well, we can't. Now, I filtered this. I'm going to forewarn everybody. I filtered this, but we all know how that goes. I have multiple versions of different variations of this to be able to run. Fingers crossed, this one runs okay. If it's a little slower, there's a reason. Just be okay with that, if you will, please. So, did you say you're putting up your Christmas tree, Kels? Good God. It's not even Halloween yet. You're worse than we are. Although my understanding is that there's a possibility for us to have snow next week. And I am like, what? Let's not start that yet. Welcome, Demon. Good to have you tonight. Looks like we got everybody in here tonight. That's great. Thank you guys so much for joining us. All right, guys. And here we go. I don't know if you can read this. It's small. I can't really blow it up. It says, the following documentary that you're about to watch is about the tragic story of 9 people who embarked on an ambitious expedition and never returned. The question of what happened to them remains. Oh, 1 second, guys. I'm sorry. Question of what happened to them remains unanswered to this day. And their story has led to various theories about the involvement of some kind of supernatural event. This is their haunting story, an echo from the past. Your discretion is advised. All right.
The Watch is about the tragic story of 9 people who embarked on an ambitious.
So I didn't have to read it. He's going to read it himself. I forgot about that. Sorry. Just ignore me tonight, guys. I'm a little tired.
Expedition and never returned. The question of what happened to them remains unanswered to this day, and their story has led to various theories about the involvement of some kind of supernatural event. This is their haunting story, an echo.
I don't know if they're going to read these out loud, so I'm going to stop so you can read it to you guys. It says in 1959, a group of 9 experienced hikers died in. Their bodies were found in strange conditions, with the tent abandoned and some hikers undressed.
In the heart of the Ural Mountains, a place of breathtaking beauty in the northern Ural Mountains. Their goal? Conquer the treacherous Dyatlov Pass. Little did they know, their journey would end in a tragedy that continues to baffle the world. Their path would take them through the heart of these mountains, a journey that promised both triumph and tragedy. The mountains they aimed to conquer would become the backdrop for one of the most perplexing mysteries in the history of exploration. In their own words and captured moments, the Dyatlov group left behind a trail of memories, a testament to their spirit of adventure and camaraderie. But what transpired on that chilling winter night would transform their dreams into a haunting enigma. In 1959, a group was formed for a skiing expedition across the northern Urals in Sverdlovsk Oblast, Soviet Union. According to prosecutor Tempelov, documents that were found in the tent of the expedition suggest that the expedition was named for the 21st Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and was possibly dispatched by the local Komsomol organization. Igor Dyatlov, a 23-year-old student studying radio engineering at the Ural Polytechnical Institute, now Ural Federal University, took the initiative to organize a trip and gathered a team of 9 individuals. The majority of the group consisted of fellow students and peers from the university. The route was designed by Dyatlov's group to reach the far northern regions of the Sverdlovsk Oblast and the upper streams of the Lozva River. The expedition aimed to reach Otorten, a mountain situated 10 kilometers to the north of the location where the incident took place. The intended course involved ascending Gora Otorten and subsequently journeying 100 kilometers southward along the primary ridge of the Urals to reach Ochkachel Peak. From there, the itinerary included tracing the northern Tashemka River, passing 100 kilometers east of Vishy. In 1959, without the advanced technology available today, embarking on this skiing route posed a challenging and ambitious undertaking. Igor Dyatlov, an ambitious student from the radio faculty and a highly experienced outdoorsman, Yuri Doroshenko, Ludmila Dubinina, Georgy Krivoniskenko, Alexander.
Welcome, Miss Paula. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're doing well. We've missed you. Miss Bonnie Bailey, good to see you. LR, hello and welcome. Make sure I didn't miss anybody else. I think I got everybody. Okay. Thank you again, guys, for joining us tonight. I hope you guys enjoy this. I appreciate you so very
Hey,
much.
Dago,
Alexander Kolevitov.
Yes, ma'am.
I forgot my laptop has a battery, so I'm going to jump up over there.
All righty then.
I'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am. Sounds good.
He's like, why are you not on your computer? And I'm like, because of power. And he's like, no, you have a battery.
Don't you love when that stuff happens?
I'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be right here. In fact, I'll pause and wait for you, ma'am. It's all good. Truth Seeker, what is going on? Are you back that fast? No, she dropped down on purpose. Okay. Good to see you, Truth Seeker. I didn't even see you pop in here. Thank you for joining us. I'm sorry I didn't recognize earlier or see you earlier. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes you guys fall back behind the scenes or something, and I don't see you till later on. Siggy and Mike's in the house. I didn't see them. Welcome, Siggy. Great to have you tonight. Again, I hope you guys are here for it because this is an interesting story to say the least. Miss Paula says, "Hey folks, I miss you guys. I've had a busy week. Yes, ma'am. And I'm tired, so I'll be listening while I go to sleep." Absolutely. Finally get time to hang tomorrow. That's awesome. That's all right. Walt's not here, so you'll, at least I don't think he is. You don't have nobody to worry about, Miss Paula. Can you hear me, Mom?
Yes, that is so much better. Now I can see chat.
There you go. Yes, Kel, I'm
Can you
covering the
hear
entire
me?
Caribbean
Oh,
case.
wonderful.
Yes, ma'am. I do hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, that is so
Okay.
much better. He is useful sometimes.
Yes, we are. We are good for some things sometimes. Sometimes. I appreciate that so very much. We love you too, Siggy, Mike. Bobby, good to see you tonight, sir. And congrats on your newfound membership. Again, congrats to all the new members, the new meatballs that jumped in the sauce. We had 18 members join today, this morning on the morning show, Mom. It was very awesome. I'm super excited about it. Where's Miss Cass? Cassie's in here. Cassie dropped some SRB. Leslie and Billy dropped some. It was very nice and very appreciated. And if you noticed, the chat is greening up again, so I'm excited about it. Yep. All right, so Mom's here. We're ready to roll. Here we go. Absolutely, Contessa. Very well and very true.
Sverdlov Skoblast, by train and spend the night. The next day, on January 26th, they hitch a ride with a truck heading north to Vizhay, the final inhabited settlement in the area, where they stay overnight. Starting their cross-country skiing trek on January 27th, they anticipate it to last at least 2 weeks. Unfortunately, on January 28th, Yuri Yudin is reluctantly compelled to withdraw due to pain and illness, unaware of the fortuitous turn of events, as it marks the last time he will see any of his fellow adventurers alive. On January 31st,
Hey, welcome, AR. Good to see you tonight, brother. I hope you're having a great night and a great week. Happy Friday to you, my friend. Thank you for stopping by. You're welcome to hang and enjoy the story. If so, appreciate you very much. Everybody, if you can, if we could drop his link real quick. If you have not yet gone over and checked out Convict's Thoughts with AR Hayes, please go do that. He gives a very good perspective on multiple cases and different theories and different stories or different scenarios towards stories that are very interesting to hear. So, again, thank you, AR. I hope you're feeling good, bro, and I hope things are going well for you. So, thank you once again for stopping by. Appreciate you very much. Thank you, Miss Kel. Gifted a membership. I can't see who got it, Mom. Are you able to see that by chance? If not, don't worry about it.
No, I can't see it because I'm on StreamYard. I don't want to have too many tabs open and then the laptop die.
That's okay. No worries. I just couldn't see it. It's no big deal. Either way, congrats to whoever received that. Thank you so much again, Kel, and whoever got it. Welcome to the sauce. We appreciate you. Welcome, Phil. Good to see you tonight, brother. Hope you're having a great night.
the group reaches the highland zone where they plan to depart from the river and ascend. They strategically store additional supplies and equipment in a sheltered wooded valley for their return journey. On February.
Thank you, SRB. Congrats, Susan Seidel. Welcome to the sauce. It's great to have you in this community and part of the family now. We appreciate you very much.
February 1st, despite covering only about 2.5 miles, the day presents a formidable challenge due to a steep forest incline, coupled with challenging snow and weather conditions. Deviating slightly west of their intended route through the pass, they arrive at Kolotsayakal, translated as Mountain of the Dead, in Monsey, where they choose to set up camp on the mountain slope instead of descending 1.5 kilometers to a forested area with better shelter, possibly to maintain the altitude they've gained. Despite the difficulties, they take photographs, displaying a happy and optimistic mindset. Being above the tree line, they anticipate that skiing will become easier the following day. Their next objective, the mountain of Gorao Torton, translated as Don't Go There, in Monsey, is now just 10 kilometers away. The next day, the hikers initiated their journey through the pass with the intention of crossing it and establishing a camp on the opposite side for the upcoming night. However, due to deteriorating weather conditions, snowstorms and diminishing visibility, they veered off course and ended up heading west, ascending towards the summit of Kolet-Syakhl. Recognizing their error, the group opted to halt and set up camp on the mountainside instead of descending 1.5 kilometers to a wooded area that could have provided some protection from the elements. Yudin suggested that Dyatlov probably did not want to lose the altitude they had gained, or he decided to practice camping on the mountain slope. At some point between 9:30 and 11:30 p.m., the group is alarmed by something they see or hear. The fear instigates panic among some members, leading them to hastily exit the tent by cutting through the sides with a knife instead of using the regular zipper flaps. In their frantic escape, they head downhill toward the trees, ending up a full mile away from their initial location. Notably, they neglect to take flashlights with them, a decision that would have facilitated finding their camp in the darkness. Why did they react with such fear and rush out of the tent, risking almost certain peril? There must have been an external stimulus, possibly illuminated, as the interior of the tent alone wouldn't have revealed any alarming sights or sounds. What objects or phenomena inside a tent could emit light and be noticeable? What sound could have scared the experienced outdoorsmen instead of something they saw? Bodies of Yuri Doroshenko, Yuri Krivonischenko, Igor Dyatlov, and Zinaida Kolmogorova were found on February 27, 1959 and brought to Ivdel. Autopsy was performed on March 4 by the Regional Bureau forensic pathologist Boris Alexeyevich Vozrozdeny and the city medical examiner of Severoralsk Ivan Ivanovich Lobtev. Medical examiners were still seeing the accident as freezing to death.
Welcome, Christy Nevada. Welcome. Great to have you here tonight. Miss Zelda, thank you so much for gifting that membership. I cannot tell who that went to, but congrats. And thank you again, Miss Zelda. That's so very awesome. We appreciate that so very much. God bless. AR, just so you know, bro, I'm so sorry I missed your live. I will catch it on the replay for sure, as I do. And I promise you soon I will catch you live, brother. 100%. I always got so much going on, so I will catch up with you soon, bro. Hopefully, I'd like to maybe see if maybe you want to join us over here one day or vice versa. I think that'd be great. So I'm looking forward to that possibility too. Keep up the great work, sir. I'm sure it was great. I haven't even watched it yet, and I guarantee you I know it was. So as soon as I catch that replay, I will leave you a comment, my friend. Thank you again.
Although certain details were raising questions. Their bodies were found by a Monsey native Kurikov with his dog several months after their deaths. This is how the first bodies were found on February 27, 1959 under an old cedar, close to a fire pit. The photo is made before the snow is removed. We can see the checkered shirt of Krivonischenko, facing up on the photo to the right. This photo started a legend that the two bodies were covered with a blanket, burial style. They made a fire at the edge of the woods, knowing it wouldn't help much in the freezing
Absolutely,
temperatures.
bro.
Remains of a fire under old cedar with branches broken up to 5 meters high, suggesting that hikers had climbed up to look for something or to hide from someone. The clearing was facing in the direction of the tent. The branches of the cedar were scattered on the ground, and partly hung on the lower branches. Nearby, the young fir and birch trees were cut with a knife to break. The cut-off tops and the knife were not found. These cuttings were not meant for burning, as drier twigs could be found around. It became clear that under the cedar more than 2 people engaged in great effort to gather wood for protection. Georgy Krivonischenko and Yuri Doroshenko froze to death in the extreme cold. Doroshenko facing down, Krivonischenko facing up. Doroshenko had burns on his foot and the right temple. Krivonischenko had burns on his left leg and left foot. On their hands were observed numerous minor injuries, bruises and abrasions. Doroshenko was first thought to be Zolototeriov. Igor Dyatlov was found on the same day, February 27, 1959, 300 meters from the cedar, face up, head towards the tent. Above the snow were visible only his hands clenched into fists folded in front of his chest. The unbuttoned jacket is unusual for somebody that is freezing to death. Zinaida was found 630 meters from the cedar, face down, head towards the tent. The skin of the face and hands is purple-red in color. She was better dressed than the bodies under the cedar. She had 2 hats, long-sleeve undershirt, sweater, checkered shirt and another sweater with torn cuff of the right sleeve. It was unclear whether she cut them or it was torn by another person. Sweaters were inside out, which is not unusual for mountaineers when they try to dry clothes by wearing them. Waist down, Zinaida was wearing cotton sport pants, trousers, ski pants with 3 small holes at the bottom of the right trouser leg, and 3 pairs of socks. 2 pairs were thin, then the 3rd pair was woolen with insoles inside. No footwear. In her pockets were found 5 rubles and a military-style protective mask on the left side of her chest between the top sweater and the checkered shirt underneath. Rustam Slobodin's body was found 480 meters from the cedar on March 5, the day after the autopsy of the first 4 bodies, covered with 50 centimeters of snow, face down, head towards the tent. He was better dressed than the previously found hikers. He wore a long-sleeve undershirt, shirt, sweater, 2 pairs of pants, 4 pairs of socks, and 1 felt boot on his right foot. His watch stopped at 8:45 a.m. On the chest under the sweater were 2 shoe insoles, in the shirt pocket, 310 rubles and his passport. In other pockets were found small folding pocket knife, pencil, pen, comb in a plastic sleeve, box of matches with 48 matchsticks, and 1 cotton sock. His autopsy was performed on March 8. It was suggested that the fracture in his skull could be done with some blunt object. Medical autopsy further states that Slobodin probably suffered loss of coordination due to initial shock right after the blow that could speed up his death from hypothermia. However, the conclusion is predictably careful. Death of Rustam Slobodin is judged as a result from hypothermia. All bruises and scratches were blamed on last-minute agony. Although it is still somewhat unclear how did he manage to harm his exterior hands and legs. When the person falls even in an irrational state, it is usually the palms that suffer the most as well as medial aspects of the legs. Injury to the head are less common, especially bilateral ones. It is also unusual to harm the face and sides of the skull while the back of the head has no damage. The search efforts persisted, but 2 months passed without a trace of the remaining 4 hikers. In May, as the snow began to melt, a Mansi native named Kurikov and his dog discovered cut branches forming a trail. They followed it and found black cotton sweatpants with the right leg cut off near a cedar. Cedar branches, a young fir tree missing its top, and the left half of a woman's light brown wool sweater, presumed to belong to Ludmila Dubinina, were also found. The area had been previously searched with avalanche probes, but the snow was deeper than expected. The bodies were found on May 5 and examined on May 9, 1959. The Dyatlov Pass Den is a crucial aspect of the Dyatlov Pass incident. It illustrates the hikers' determination to survive, yet the reasons for their unsuccessful attempts remain unclear. A den, created by the surviving 4 members, was 70 to 75 meters from the cedar in a ravine sheltered from cold winds, likely an idea of Zolotaryov. Despite their efforts, the mystery deepens as the group's bones had significant, car-like crushing injuries. Ludmila Dubinina had Krivonischenko's sweater and pants, both of which were found to have radiation. The bodies were found a few feet from their improvised shelter in a small area of 4 square meters. Some clothes taken from bodies under the cedar tree were placed on cedar branches but seemingly unused. Dubinina's body was found on her knees, pressed to a rock. Kolevatov and Zolotaryov were embraced, with Kolevatov appearing to protect or warm up Zolotaryov. Thibaut Brignol's body was positioned downstream. Zolotaryov had a photo camera, and Ashkenadze recalled he held a pen and notepad but died before writing anything. Ludmila wore a short-sleeve shirt, long-sleeve shirt, and 2 sweaters. The brown sweater belonged to Krivonischenko, one of the 2 found beneath the cedar, and lately tested radioactive. The body was dressed with underwear, long socks, 2 pairs of pants. External pair was badly damaged by fire and subsequently ripped. She also wore a small hat and 2 pairs of warm sock. A third sock was not paired.
Yeah, guys, remember hearing that there is the bodies were found with radiation. That was a very interesting piece of information that caught my attention with this from the very beginning. So remember that.
Ludmila, apparently in the last attempt to preserve her feet, took off her sweater and cut it in 2 pieces. One half she wrapped around her left foot. Another half she left or dropped unintentionally on the snow. Dubinina was laying on a kind of a natural ledge with water rolling over it. Her mouth was open. There are claims that the tongue was ripped, or eaten, or whatnot. The medical records say that the tongue is missing. Vozrozdeny describes missing hypoglossal muscle as well as muscles of the floor of the mouth. It looks weird, especially given the fact previous bodies had more detailed autopsies. There is no credible explanation for this vague statement. It is noted that the stomach contained about 100 grams of dark brown mucosal mass, often misquoted as coagulated blood. It is used by some as an indication that the heart was beating and the blood was flowing when tongue was removed from a mouth. The cause of death is stated as hemorrhage into right atrium of the heart, multiple fractured ribs and internal bleeding. Medical examination shows that Luda was not sexually active at the time of her death. This fact is only relative to the fact that whoever did the crime did not sexually assault the girls, or the men, as a matter of fact. The body of Semyon Zolotaryov was discovered at the Dyatlov Pass with 2 hats, a scarf, a short and long-sleeve shirt, a black sweater, and a coat with 2 upper buttons unbuttoned. It was evident that he did not succumb to the cold. On the contrary, the makeshift den provided a relatively warm refuge for him. His lower body was insulated with underwear, 2 pairs of pants, and skiing pants. Among his possessions were a copy of newspapers, several coins, a compass, and a few other items. His legs were shielded by a pair of socks and warm handmade leather shoes known as burqa. While these may not have been adequate for extended exposure within the den, they sufficed to keep him alive. Additionally, Zolotaryov's body bore a camera around his neck, a revelation that surprised Yuri Yudin. Yudin had assumed the group only.
That's a good question, Ro. Interesting. Were they? We don't know, but that's a good point. Think about it. Were they placed there? Did they collapse there? Did they choose to be there? Again, very good question. I'm glad you asked that question, Ro. Think about it for a little while, though. Just let that stuff sink in. And again, the radiation thing is definitely a question for sure. Just saying.
He had 4 cameras, all found in the tent. The discovery of a 5th camera on Zolotaryov's body raised intriguing questions. Unfortunately, the film was damaged by melting water, leaving a lingering mystery as to why Zolotaryov left the tent with a camera and why he carried 2 on the trip. One camera, used daily and left in the tent, was discovered by the search party, while the other was concealed throughout the journey and found only after Zolotaryov's demise. The damaged film leaves us wondering about the significance of what he captured on the mountain slope that day. In addition to the camera, Zolotaryov was found holding a pen in one hand and a small notepad in the other. Vladimir Ashkenadze recalls that Colonel Ortyukov seized the notepad, examined it, cursed, and declared, "He's written nothing." Ashkenadze appears to be the sole witness to the notepad, whose whereabouts remain unknown, as it was neither filed as evidence nor seen by anyone else. Ashkenadze's recent letter to
It's not, though, Brian. That's the thing. That's why you got to focus, and listen to everything. There's little things that are attached to this. The simple answer would be hypothermia. But they were dressed in a way to prevent hypothermia, is what I'm saying. And there's other things that led to the possibility of their death, is what I'm saying. That's what the problem is. That's why you got to listen, sir, and you'll hear it. There's smaller things that are being spoken about. You got to hear it though.
The Euro Pathfinder magazine, 59 years after the incident, sheds light on the pen, notepad, and Colonel Ordyukov episode. The injuries sustained by both Zolotaryov and Dubinina reveal a compelling pattern. Despite differences in shape, height, and body composition, their injuries exhibited striking similarities in direction and force. This suggests that whatever caused these injuries was not a single, uniform event. An excerpt from the interrogation of forensic expert Boris Vozrozdeny by Junior Counselor of Justice and Criminal Prosecutor Lev Ivanov on May 28, 1959, further delves into the investigation. Vozrozdeny opines on the character of the wounds on Dubinina and Zolotaryov, emphasizing the multiple rib fractures, bilateral and symmetrical in Dubinina and one-sided in Zolotaryov. Both exhibited hemorrhaging into the cardiac muscle and the pleural cavity, indicative of being alive when injured and resulting from a significant force.
One of the main things is with this is a lot of the bodies, when they were found, said to have had injuries that were a lot of like injuries sustained from being hit by a car. Okay. They were hiking up a mountainside. So what the hell would cause injuries like that in this area where there are no vehicles, okay, that could cause those types of injuries? That's what I'm saying. If you're listening to this part of it here, something very forceful, or something very strong, or some things, or I don't know. That's part of the mystery with this. It's very wild. Welcome, Pearl. Good to have you tonight. But yeah, it's quite interesting if you ask me.
Something very large and mysterious.
Yeah. Quite
Dun,
large.
dun, dun.
Quite large. Just saying. Think about that. What could cause damage to a body, a human body, that weighs the same of a vehicle, getting hit by a car? Come on, think about it. You know what I mean? That's pretty wild to me. So, is it a Yeti? That's something. But there's theories we're going to talk about too on a video that we have. So, and of course, Mom has hers. I have mine. That's the whole fun in this. So,
akin to the example of Thibaut-Brignol. These wounds, appearing without damage to the soft tissue of the chest, resembled trauma from the shock wave of a bomb. Regarding the duration of their lives after the trauma, Dubinina is estimated to have died 10 to 20 minutes afterward.
So there's the thing. That's a big issue. So if you have internal injuries that look to be sustained from being hit by a car, but nothing on the outside is damaged, how? Do you know what I'm saying? So none of the soft tissue was damaged whatsoever. Go ahead, Mom. What'd you say?
Cassie, read Cassie's comment.
Cassie is ancient aliens theorists say yes. Right. Exactly. Just saying, folks, think about that. If there's no physical or visual damage to the outside of the body, but the inside, the rib cage is crushed and separated, but I mean, what? How? That's what I'm saying. This story has a lot of questions. If you're catching these things, it's crazy. Very crazy.
She might have been conscious, as individuals with heart wounds, such as serious knife injuries, can still talk, run, and seek help. Dubinina's situation involved complicated traumatic shock from bilateral rib fractures, leading to internal hemorrhaging into the pleural cavity. Zolotaryov, given their shared physical fitness and strength, could have potentially lived longer under similar circumstances. The body of Alexander Kolevatov was well insulated, yet he was without a hat and shoes. His upper torso was shielded by a sleeveless shirt, a long-sleeved shirt, a sweater, a fleece sweater, and a ski jacket with an unzipped zipper. Notably, the ski jacket exhibited damage, with a large hole on the left sleeve sporting burnt edges measuring 25 by 12 by 13 centimeters, and several 7 to 8 centimeters tears on the right sleeve. The jacket, strangely unbuttoned and unzipped, presented a perplexing find given the assumption that he was succumbing to cold and hypothermia. During the autopsy, several items were extracted from his pockets, including a key, a safety pin, some blank paper, presumably used to record thoughts or events, and 2 packages of pills, soda and codeine. Kolevatov wore shorts, light pants, ski pants, and another pair of canvas pants. From the right pocket, doctors recovered a box of matches that had become soaked. Although his feet were bare, they were covered by home-knitted woolen socks, some of which showed signs of fire damage. His right foot also had a light sock beneath a woolen one, and his left foot sported 3 socks. Additionally, a bandage was found on the left ankle, likely applied before the incident, as the group had left their first aid kit in the tent. The waistband of his sweater and the lower parts of his trousers later tested positive for radiation. The autopsy report curiously omitted details about the victim's injuries, such as a broken nose, an open wound behind the ear, and a deformed neck. These injuries could be attributed to a fight and might be the cause of death, or alternatively, they could have resulted from natural elements during the 3 months the body was
I think he just there said, here's something that to understand, folks. We've covered this already before in other cases. Hypothermia, it is very common for people to take their clothes off when hypothermia starts to kick in because your body starts to feel extremely hot, like you're burning. So they take their clothes off thinking that's going to cool them down. Okay? But here's the thing. They weren't found that way. Okay, there was a case in Alaska where I think it was 4 or 5 people. They actually put it into that one True Detective series. Had gotten stuck in the ice and started to get hypothermia. So they found them naked pretty much. It was a while ago, but still, that is a common occurrence when this happens because your body feels like it's on fire. So you try to take everything off to cool down. It doesn't work. I think even when in the Kansas City case, the Kansas City 3, if you guys remember that, when we looked into that case a while back, they were like pretty much not clothed. They didn't have coats or nothing on. They were out t-shirts and whatever they were wearing, which again could have been because hypothermia was starting to set in. So it does happen. A lot of people I found, and I've transported to the hospital that were becoming hypothermic, that were hunting and stuff in the woods. We've had happen. When we get to them, they're in a t-shirt and sweatpants. Sometimes they took most of their shit off because they were so hot because they were starting to freeze. So it does happen. It very much does. Yet Donna I situation as well. Yep. Another case we covered. Same situation, guys. It does happen. And it's crazy, but it's true. I mean, you got to think about it. Remember this. Have you guys ever like froze your finger or your hands when you're like outside when we were kids? And we would welcome Leslie. Good to see you. When we go outside to play with snowballs or have snowball fights, build snow forts when we were kids, and then you come inside and your hands are burning, okay, because they get so cold. Your hands are like on fire. That's why they tell you not to run your hands under hot water at first because it makes it hurt worse. These are facts, guys, but you get that really, really bad burning feeling. True. Welcome, Kaylee. Good to have you tonight. Thank you for joining us. She says this case is one of my favorites. It's baffling. There is a case called American Version. Yes, there is. Absolutely. Absolutely is. I saw that one too when I was putting this one in. So yes. Thank you again for joining us tonight, Kaylee. It's great to have you here.
exposed to nature. The doctor refrained from addressing this matter, offering no explanation for these peculiar injuries. It is
Don't forget the wrong direction too, Doodle.
It's worth noting that a snapped neck and a blow behind the ear are common indicators of killings executed by special forces. However, due to the autopsy report's lack of specificity regarding the body's condition, we are left to speculate about the nature and origin of these injuries. Nikolai Thibault-Brignol was well protected against the coldness of Siberian winter. It was suggested that he and Zolotaryov might have been outside of the tent at the time the mysterious threat struck them. This explains why both hikers wore shoes and were covered by several layers of clothes. Both men were much better prepared than the rest of the group when they were forced to abandon their tent. Nikolai wore a canvas fur hat and home-knitted woolen hat. Upper body was protected from coldness by shirt, wool sweater worn inside out and a fur jacket on a sheepskin. Woolen gloves were found in the right pocket along with 3 coins, comb and several pieces of paper. Lower part of the body was protected by underwear, sweatpants, cotton pants and ski pants. On his feet he wore hand-knitted woolen socks and a pair of felt boots, perfect for Siberian cold. Additionally, Nikolai Thibault-Brignol wore 2 watches on his left arm. One stopped at 8:14 and the other at 8:39. Cadaveric spots were discovered on the back of the upper body, neck and upper extremities. Vozrozdeny, who undertook the autopsy, excluded accidental fall on the rock as a possible cause for such a massive and unusual fracture. From what kind of force could Thibault-Brignol have received such injury? Is it possible that Thibault-Brignol was hit by a rock that was in someone's hand? In this case, there would have been damage to the soft tissue, and this was not evident. After this trauma, Thibault-Brignol would have had a severe concussion, that is, he would have been in an unconscious state. Moving him would have been difficult and, close to the end, movement would not have been possible. He would not have been able to move even if he had been helped. He could only have been carried or dragged. He could have shown signs of life for 2 to 3 hours. On February 26th, the explorers discovered their tent with all its contents intact but devoid of any signs of life. Items such as warm clothing, cooking utensils, and cameras were left behind, abandoned in the snow-covered half-torn tent. The peculiar detail emerged that the tent had been cut open from the inside, and most of the skiers had hastily fled, some in socks or barefoot. A photograph taken by Soviet authorities at the Dyatlov Pass camp, annexed to the official inquiry, depicted the eerie scene. Tracks near the tent indicated that individuals, oddly clad in only socks, bare feet, or a lone shoe, had traversed the area, a puzzling choice given the extreme weather conditions. Strangely, none of the bodies exhibited external trauma, but 2 of them had clothing showing traces of radiation. A theory emerged linking this radiation to the possibility of thorium in camping lantern mantles, a substance known for emitting alpha particle radiation. Additional conjectures regarding the presence of radiation included military tests and a UFO connection. Lev Ivanov, the chief investigator, expressed his bewilderment at the events, describing an unknown elemental force beyond their understanding. Ivanov privately speculated about an encounter with extraterrestrials, an unusual assertion for a former police officer. Even in 1990, he maintained this stance, insisting there was no rational explanation. Several scenarios were considered to unravel the mystery, including animal threats, wolves or bears, avalanches, and the Kármán vortex street theory proposing panic induced by infrasound. Military activities or accidents, paradoxical undressing due to hypothermia, an attack by the indigenous Mansi people, or even escaped prisoners were explored as potential explanations. However, none provided a definitive answer. Unlikely possibilities, such as an attack by Yeti or aliens, were also considered, but without concrete evidence. Reports of strange spheres observed by other campers in the vicinity hinted at a mysterious element, but no direct link to the Dyatlov Pass incident was established. One hypothesis suggested that a subset of the group panicked, with some succumbing to hypothermia, while others got caught in an avalanche during a search. The enigma persisted, leaving questions about why one of them climbed a tree. Was it to survey the campsite or observe unusual occurrences like Yetis, extraterrestrial beings, or guards from a nearby gulag? The motive behind this action remained elusive, adding to the layers of mystery surrounding the Dyatlov Pass incident. Prior to embarking on their expedition, it was agreed that Dyatlov would send a telegram to the UPI Sports Club immediately upon the group's return to Vizhay. Although the anticipated return date was set for no later than February 12, Dyatlov had informed Yudin that the expedition might extend beyond this timeframe. Volunteer students and teachers comprised the initial rescue groups, with subsequent involvement from the army and police forces. The rescue operation expanded to include planes and helicopters. The first person expressing unease about the delay was Kolevatov's eldest sister, Rima Sergeyevna Kolevatova. She began raising inquiries and urging authorities to launch a rescue operation. On February 26, a telegram was dispatched to Nikita Khrushchev, signed by Nina Sergeyevna Anisimova, another sister of Alexander Kolevatov. This telegram, presented in the Kremlin on February 27, played a crucial role in escalating the search and rescue operation to the highest echelons of authority. Rima Kolovatova's testimony, detailed below, underscored her awareness of the expected February 12 telegram from the hikers in Vizhay, notifying about their arrival in Sverdlovsk. In a state of despair, Nina Anisimova, one of Kolevatov's sisters, fabricated an earlier return date for the group, likely to emphasize the urgency of the situation. The transmission of this telegram likely contributed to the issuance of a special report on February 28, addressed to the Minister of Internal Affairs of the USSR and signed by the Minister of the Interior of the RSFSR.
Dear Nikita Sergeyevich, by the scheduled date on February 9th, a group of hikers from the Polytechnic Institute of Sverdlovsk did not return from an expedition in the northern Urals. Search began late only after 10 days had passed. Regional organizations have not yet taken effective measures. We earnestly request your assistance in the urgent search for our children. Every hour counts now.
Igor Dyatlov neglected to submit all the required documents for the expedition, most notably the map and the planned route. This omission posed a significant obstacle to the organization of the rescue mission. To compensate for the lack of essential information, a frantic effort ensued to reconstruct the necessary details based on the recollections of those acquainted with Dyatlov's group plans. The predicament of the missing map found resolution through the efforts of Ignatiy Fokich Ryagin, a member of another Polytech sport club and a close friend of the Kolevatov family. Ryagin, who had extensive discussions with Alexander about the upcoming trek in mid-January, was able to recall the route from memory. On February 19, Rima, Kolevatov's eldest sister, handed over the reconstructed map to Colonel Georgy Ordyukov. Colonel Ordyukov, a tactics instructor from the UPI military department, assumed leadership of the search for the group during those critical days in February. He invested considerable effort into unraveling the history of the Dyatlov group, utilizing the reconstructed map to guide the search efforts. On February 25, Boris Slobtsov and his group finally stumbled upon the ski trail they believed to be that of Dyatlov. The following day, on February 26, they located the tent situated on the slope of Kholat Syakhl in the Dyatlov Pass. Interestingly, Slobtsov had been one of those who had actively participated in constructing the tent 3 years earlier by combining two tents to make it longer and larger, and he immediately recognized it. Understanding the events that transpired at the tent becomes a crucial point in the sequence of occurrences. This is where the tragic unraveling commenced. For reasons never clarified, the sides of the tent had been cut from the inside, suggesting a peculiar exit choice by the hikers, seemingly ignoring the conventional entrance. The tent was transported to the largest room in the Ivdel Department of Internal Affairs for photographic documentation. The initial assumption among investigators was that vandals had surprised and attacked the hikers, resulting in the cutting of the tent. Vladimir Korodev, a young investigator in 1959, recounted that a significant breakthrough in the case occurred almost serendipitously. A woman called in to assist in mending a uniform took one look at the tent and confidently asserted that the cuts were made from the inside. This revelation drastically altered the course of the investigation. Subsequent forensic analysis, conducted between April 3 and 16, 1959, in the Sverdlovsk Forensic Laboratory by senior forensic expert.
So that was something else that mesmerized me too, is if the cuts were made from the inside of the tent, they were trying to escape the inside of the tent for some reason. Why didn't they use the door? That's odd. To cut their way out of the tent and go, something's not right, okay? That's very interesting to me too, to think about. So just one more little piece of info to hold on to.
Genrietta Elisevna Churkina, confirmed that indeed the cuts were made from the interior of the tent. The tent was suspended on a rope. 2 photos were made that consequently didn't fit together very well, but the problems didn't end there. The side of the tent facing uphill is not photographed. We know there was at least one hole in the tent and Dyatlov jacket was found tucked in it. The far right end of the tent is left out of the photos. Part of the torn material on right side is covering a hole that is not measured. The sizes of the holes are not precise but approximate. Why couldn't they be measured with precision? How did Churkina decide which cuts were important and worth mentioning, measuring, and showing on her scheme? On the photos there is no ruler or something else to be used for a scale to measure the cuts. Rakuten found out what model is the chair that is in the left photo by chance, and made his measurements comparing with the size of the back 40 centimeters. Churkina's drawing is not only overly schematic but also the positioning, sizes and number of cuts are not accurate. On May 18, Lev Ivanov, lead investigator of Dyatlov case, decides on this date to order a physical and technical expertise on the radioactive contamination of the clothing and parts of bodies of the deceased hikers. Ivanov appoints the chief radiologist of Sverdlovsk, Levashov, to conduct the tests. All clothing of Semyon Zolotaryov, Ludmila Dubinina, Alexander Kolevatov and Nikolai Thibault-Brignol, as well as parts of their bodies were sent for testing. Radiometric measurements were carried out with the help of the TIS device without ashing in a lead house with cassette counters STS-6 in number of 4 pieces. The device is measuring the contamination of clothing, hands, and work surfaces with alpha or beta active substances, receives a signal that the amount of contamination exceeds the permissible level, the value of which can be set by the operator. The studies were performed in Sverdlovsk Radiological Laboratory from 18 to 25 May 1959. This was the conclusion of Levashov.
The content of radioactive materials in analyzed solid biosubstrates is within the natural level, and is due to the presence of isotope K40. The analyzed samples of clothing carry slightly excessive amounts of radioactive substances, being the source of beta emission. The detected radioactive materials or radioactive substance show a tendency to washing off in the course of clothing samples washing. They are not due to a neutron flux or induced radiation, but rather to radioactive contamination with beta particles.
The inventory shows 4 cameras, but based on known films and photographs there were at least 5. We have the negatives of 6 films, 4 films were still inside the cameras, and 2 more rolls were found in the tent. There are loose photos that do not belong to any of these 6 films. Some of them were developed by Bienko, the student that did not go, and Zolotaryov filled on his place in the group. Initial inventory by the prosecutor Tempelov, written on 27 to 28 February 1959, mentioned only 3 cameras. In March was introduced 1 more camera. They belonged to Dyatlov, Zolotaryov, Krivonischenko and Slobodin. Cameras were identified with their serial numbers and number of frames of the films found inside. The photos were brought to a public domain much later, so we need to deduce which film was taken from which camera and who made the photos. There are at least 2 unaccounted cameras in addition to the 4 cameras from the crime inventory and the camera found on Zolotaryov's body. One of the camera's light filter was found broken. That is a very strange detail. The light filter has its own protective case, and to break the filter one has to either stomp on top or take it put and break it. The filter was found cracked inside its protective case. Besides the broken light filter and missing cameras, there are other circumstantial evidence suggesting that somebody besides the hikers was inside the tent. Short horizontal cuts from inside the tent overlooking the slope where the footsteps were found, a ski pole clipped and not used, scattered crackers, and there are more. The last photos that had been taken by the group are very bizarre.
That photograph right there. Some of these photographs are strange. This one here, hold on, I went too far.
Steps were found, a ski pole clipped and not used, scattered crackers, and there are more. The last photos that had been
These photographs are strange to me. If you look at this shadowing here,
taken by the group are very bizarre.
you see how they both have that? What the hell is that? Is this something that it's hard to see what's behind it? Okay, that looks like a person back there kneeling. I can't see it good. I might be wrong, but it's just strange. Is it a film thing? You know, film like screw up or something? It's very strange, but there's more than one like this. It's interesting. I'll say that much.
What happened to the missing cameras and films? Why have they not published them or include them in the official investigation report? Did they want to hide details intentionally? If so, would those missing films provide with an answer to the mystery? There are speculations about the involvement of KGB, the Soviet secret police. The victims could have been on a KGB mission. This speculation is based on recent data about the ties between the KGB and the Dyatlov expedition members based on a research by the Dyatlov Group Memory Fund. The Dyatlov Group Memory Fund has been in existence since July 2000. The fund has been carrying out its own investigation over all these years into the causes of the Dyatlov Group's deaths, constantly replenishing its archive with new first-hand data from friends, searching participants, and other eyewitnesses who have kept silent for many years. Their research shows it turned out that there were 2 KGB officers in the Dyatlov Group. Quite possibly, they were carrying out a mission to provide support for a technology-induced experiment. The hikers were carrying a large batch of photo equipment, which was completely atypical of highly complex expeditions that require maximally alleviating their load. Most likely, the hikers reached their intended destination and waited for a technology-induced moment, which they were apparently expected to capture with photos. But it went off in an unplanned and extraordinary way, which was possibly the cause for the death of the group's members. They, of course, courageously held on to the last and didn't run away or panic. This version of the groups having ties with the KGB is also supported by the fact that only 4 of the 10 rolls of film from all the cameras have remained, and it is unknown what happened to the rest. One film could have captured the trace of a technology-induced phenomenon, a glowing ball. Besides, each member of the Dyatlov group kept a diary, but only 3 or 4 of them have survived. All these factors could possibly confirm ties with the KGB. They were not simply hikers, they had been sent to the mountain pass on a special mission. This version could be supported by the authorized ID held by the group's head, Igor Dyatlov. Others speculate that a botched nuclear test close to the hikers' location was the cause of their death. There were countless nuclear tests carried out by the Soviet Union during the 1950s, many of them in the Ural area. This theory suggests that the skiers accidentally stumbled upon a military radioactive weapons test site. Radiation burns could account for why the hikers stripped, and explosive forces could account for the weird injuries. Another group of hikers who were camped about 31 miles south of the other group saw strange glowing orbs in the sky at the time of the events. There are other people who speculate about a close encounter with aliens from another world. There were some strange lights seen in the sky, but it is a far less convincing theory than the conspiracy that suggests a Soviet military cover-up. Another possible theory that the campers were killed by a Yeti has the weakest legs imaginable. In 2019, the Russian Public Prosecutor's Office reopened the case, prompting a New York journalist to contact Johann Gaume, the head of the Snow and Avalanche Simulation Laboratory at EPFL in Switzerland. Prior to this call, Gaume was unfamiliar with the Dyatlov Pass incident, but the mystery piqued his interest. After dedicating a few days to contemplation and calculations, Gaume informed the journalist that he shared.
Yeah, all those pictures, Paula, are all real pictures. Every picture you've seen in here, except for the Yeti one. Of the people, they're all the real pictures, yes. That's possible too, Phil.
The view of the Russian prosecutor's office, that an avalanche, catching the hikers off guard while they slept, was the most plausible explanation. In response to the ambiguous nature of the Dyatlov Pass incident, Johann Gaume, in collaboration with Alexander Puzrin, delved into a comprehensive investigation. Their exploration involved thorough examination of public archives, consultations with fellow scientists, and the development of 2 models. Published in January 2021 in Communications Earth and Environment, their research proposed that the tragedy resulted from a slab avalanche, a phenomenon arising from a bonded layer of snow on a weak layer over a sufficiently large area. The models estimated the avalanche triggering time and its impact on the human body. The duo determined
Welcome,
that the
Bram. Good to have
avalanche
you tonight.
occurred several hours after the Dyatlov group cut into the slope to set up camp, emphasizing the role of katabatic winds in causing the necessary conditions for a slab avalanche. This explanation accounted for the hikers' departure from their tent and some of the injuries sustained. Both researchers stress that their recent findings are not intended to be the definitive conclusion on the Dyatlov Pass incident. Certain weather conditions in 1959 differed from those analyzed in their study, such as variations in the eastern slope aspect, a softer slab, and a steeper slope that lacked undercutting from below. Consequently, they do not dismiss the possibility of undertaking additional research on this enduring mystery in the future. Territories of both the physical and the mysterious realms that surround us.
So there is that part of the story. Like I said, you guys, it's quite interesting to say the least. And there are lots of questions. Now I have, hold on here. Excuse me. One second here. Okay. So there is another one that came out, a video that has the 6 most plausible theories explained. And I figured that would help us to look at this.
What
Thank
is
you,
your
friend.
theory?
You know, I don't know. Honest to God, I don't know. Hold on here a second. Let me see something. Thanks, Molly. I do appreciate. I have a couple of them, and my biggest issues are with the internal injuries that the victims had, without having any external injuries to go along with them. Those floored me. Okay, the radiation. I have a couple theories. And I'm not really stuck to one as of yet. What about you? Anything with you?
I've done a lot of research on this. Like, this was like
Uh-huh.
one of the very first mysterious cases that I really got into. And
Mhm.
I don't want to give anything away before you play your videos, but I have a couple of theories too.
Well,
And like some of the stuff,
you can do whatever you got to do, dear. These videos are just theories. That's all they are. This next one, so
some of the stuff that was put out it's really questionable. Like the nuclear thing, or radiation. Sorry for misspeaking. The radiation thing. You got to think, anytime there's a military base close, think about it, guys. How many weird ass cases happen around a military base?
Yep.
And then not only that, like their injuries, the extent of their injuries. Why would you go through the changes to climb that horrid mountain, build a whole area to camp in, and then leave your tent in the middle of the night and get found half naked a mile plus away from your campsite?
Thank you. one of my big theories is the possibility that they came upon a nuclear test site, and either they E1. The one that I'm more comfortable with is them coming upon a nuclear testing site, which would explain them escaping from the tent by cutting out to get the hell out of there, by some of the clothing coming off, radiation burn, things like that. Like that explains the radiation as well. That was one of the theories that I had, and there's a couple other ones too, but that one is really interesting to me because I looked into some other stuff before this because I was the same way with this one. This one mesmerized me. That Siberia, if you guys know a lot about Russia or anything, when you would get in trouble with the KGB or Russia was angry at you per se, they would send you off to Siberia. Get away, go. That's where you were sent. And they didn't care about Siberia per se as much as they did the rest of the country. And they did whatever they wanted to do there. It didn't matter. You know what I'm saying? So thinking that they're testing nuclear weapons over there makes perfect sense to me. So
I mean, that it does. That makes sense. But what do you think about the locals though? Like I tend to go a lot towards the old ways. And I can't help it because I was raised the old ways. So I always tend to look at the old ways and the old stories. The locals that are local, I guess they would be indigenous to this area.
Oh yeah, the
this
tribe
is a place
of people
they didn't go.
Sure.
They didn't go on that mountain.
For a reason.
And they were actually treated really badly. Like they were really treated badly. Like people, they got accused of some pretty nasty stuff when this happened.
Right.
And they believe in Yeti. And I know I'm Bigfoot buff here, guys, but
no, that's another theory too, because of the depth of the injuries.
That's something that they really believe in. I mean, like there's a temple in Nepal that they claim to have the skull cap of a Yeti in, and you have to have specific permissions from like the head of the temple to even go anywhere near it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. I saw that same documentary.
Like it's just it.
And that's
it's a really
Adam.
Strange case.
If you read what Adam and Proton said, yes, I think locals warned people not to go in that area because of the Bigfoot.
Yeah, like they didn't mess around up there. Like that was not, they didn't graze their animals up there. Like it was a no man's zone. Like you did not go up there.
Right.
And you have to think that these tribes, their stories and their memories are handed down year after year and generation after generation. So, I mean, these would have been old ways that were passed down.
Right. Agreed. I do agree. Oh yeah. Definitely. They were definitely Siberian work camps. 100%. They would banish people to Siberia for punishment. So, just saying. There's a few different theories that I'm kind of comfortable with. The radiation is the biggest thing that gets me. Okay. Because they said there were normal amounts of it for certain things, but there was really high amounts for other stuff. So I don't know. Demon keeps going back to this. If you can't explain the radiation, you honestly can't explain anything. It's true. That's true in some sense. The radiation, that's my biggest issue with this whole thing. That's why I can't resolve a theory in my mind. There's other theories I can come to a conclusion of, but then at the end of that, I'm sitting there going, where'd the radioactive stuff come from? How? Or why? Okay. Now, that's why I'm saying if the one nuke testing site thing makes a little bit of sense. And the one thing that really got me on this, when I realized that they had done that test or that investigation and brought that woman in. Welcome, Denise Ferguson. Thank you for joining us. Denise says, I saw you're discussing this and dropped in. 4 years ago, I spent a year researching this incident. Read every book written, including a book dedicated to autopsies and reports. Interesting. So what is your, I'd love to hear from you, Denise. What is your take on this, Denise? Honestly. This is one of those cases that will drag you in and just keep you there. And then SRB says that she thinks that the lead guy, Dyatlov, I guess you're talking about, had this whole thing planned like this. Other people have said that too, SRB. You're not the first person to say that. So it's interesting. Let me see here. Let's try it. Hold on a minute. Adam says death flash: when a living organism dies, it emits a death flash of radiation that is 10 to 1,000 times stronger than normal. The intensity and duration of the death flash reflects how quickly they died. Yes. Very good point, sir. She says, snow slide, it's one of the most interesting cases I've researched. Right. The radiation, what do you think about the radiation yourself? What's your opinion on that, Denise? I really appreciate you joining us tonight, by the way. Thank you. Let's see what we got from this video here. I mean, it's probably going to repeat some of what we heard, but I'm still curious. So let's see what they're saying here.
Researchers from all across the globe try to...
Can you hear that, Mom?
Yep, I hear perfect.
Figure out the mystery of the deaths of 9 young people whose bodies were found scattered on a mountain slope in the northern Urals. In 1959, the Dyatlov group set out for a 14-day skiing expedition along a Category 3 route and never came back. And we still have no definitive explanation of what happened, only theories and speculations. Keep in mind that the disaster happened in Soviet times when the authorities kept such sensitive information secret. Seeing as this incident is well known not only in the countries of the former Soviet Union, but also in Europe and America, a video about it on my channel was pretty much inevitable. However, I've decided to concentrate on possible explanations, and in this video, I will discuss the 5 most popular theories in order to try and answer the question, what happened in the northern Urals in February of 1959? You may have heard 2 or 3 versions of events, but in fact, there are a lot of theories, up to 100, according to some estimates, and they can be divided into 3 categories: natural, man-made, both criminal and technological, and mystical. We will...
Miss Denise says that one of the guys worked at a nuclear plant. From what I remember, a simple explanation was given for the radiation, that the clothes that tested positive had a purple tint. Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It is interesting, actually. That does make some sense in that sense.
Analyze the most interesting and complex ones, the theories that have preoccupied both Soviet and foreign experts for years. So, what happened to Igor Dyatlov's group? On the 2nd of February 1959, near a nameless pass in the Urals, on the slope of Mount Holat-Sahol, a name that means Mountain of the Dead or Mountain of Death, 9 young, well-trained mountain skiers died under mysterious circumstances. They were Igor Dyatlov, Yuri Doroshenko, Ludmila Dubinina, Semyon Zolotarov, Alexander Kolevatov, Zinaida Kolmogorova, Georgy Krivonishenko, Rustem Slobodin, and Nikolai Thibault-Brinol. All of them were students or graduates of the Ural Polytechnic Institute. Initially, there were 10 people in the group, but one of the hikers, Yuri Yudin, fell ill and left shortly after the trek started, and ended up being the only surviving member of the group. The route that the Dyatlov group took was quite popular at that time, as was the whole culture of mountain hiking, which was often the only way for a Soviet person to go somewhere on vacation. It also gave the unique opportunity to feel truly free, The mountains beckoned with an air of solidarity and friendship, as the older generation of the former Soviet countries often recalls. But unfortunately, for 9 young people, the romance and allure of the mountains became a death trap. During a cold February night, members of the Dyatlov group cut apart their tent from the inside for some unknown reason and ran away, not even taking the time to get dressed. They walked nearly a mile down to the forest, where they made a fire. Judging by the footprints, 3 of them tried to make their way back to the tent, but froze to death along the way. 2 died at the fire, and 4 more were found dead with severe injuries in a ravine just below the place where they had made the fire. The bodies of the hikers and their cut-up tent were discovered on the 26th of February, soon after it became clear that the group had not arrived at their destination. The search operation was a large-scale one, with the police, the rescue service, the military, and even reindeer teams of the local Munsi tribe involved. At first, they only found 5 bodies. The rest were retrieved 2 months later. An investigation was launched into their deaths, but the case was soon classified, and the official conclusion made by investigators at the time was formulated very vaguely.
Welcome, Moon
It
Lover.
should be
Thank
considered
you.
that the reason for the death of the hikers was an elemental force that they were not able to overcome. This Soviet secrecy, inherent in many high-profile cold cases, naturally gave rise to rumors. Terrible stories were passed around about an attack by fugitives or local tribes, supernatural forces, or eliminating witnesses to some horrific state secrets. Let's take a look at these versions one by one. The slab avalanche theory currently seems to be the most likely and consistent version of events. A snow slab appears when the upper layer of snow melts during the day and then freezes over at night, turning into hard but brittle ice.
So that is a very interesting point. This could have been a combination of things. Denise said that too. Miss Denise that just came in here. Say, for instance, there was a bit of a slide or an avalanche, and that snow came down on the doorway of the tent and couldn't get out. In turn, maybe it was pushing on the tent and crowded the tent. You know what I'm saying? And it was blocking that. That's why they had to cut themselves out of their tents, and then they moved away from where the snow was coming in at, went by the woods and made a fire. Well, it was too cold. That's definitely an interesting theory, okay? And it does make some sense. So there's that part of that possibly, but there's other things that are not explained yet. So just saying, it does make some sense for that part. Exactly, SRB. Exactly what I was going to say. Excuse me. Moving forward.
This layer is very fragile and can begin to move down the slope at any moment, sweeping away everything in its path. So here's how events unfolded in this version. The hikers had set up their tent on a very dangerous and windy spot, and at night, a sharp change in the weather led to the snow slab collapsing onto them and their shelter. The hikers were professionals and knew how to set up a tent safely, but the mountains that day were just too unpredictable. The 4 people who were furthest from the entrance to the tent received the most terrible injuries, fractures and wounds, bearing the brunt of the avalanche's blow. The rest of the hikers, fearing a second avalanche, cut the tent open and left it as quickly as possible, carrying the wounded down the slope. However, they made a fatal mistake by leaving warm clothes and shoes behind. Some had grabbed whatever clothes they could, but others were nearly naked. Having dragged the wounded down and made a fire, those who could walk decided to return for their belongings. These 3 were Dyatlov, Kolmogorova, and Slobodin, and it was their bodies that were found frozen on the slope. They had sheltered their 4 most grievously injured teammates in the valley bottom, where they later died. The 2 people who had stayed by the fire, lacking clothes, came closer and closer to the flames, agony and severe frostbite making the burns unnoticeable to them. Why would such an experienced group make such an obvious and preventable mistake? Placing the tent in an obviously dangerous spot remains a mystery and is also the weak point of this version. Some adherents of this theory suggest that the group split into two parts to increase their chances of survival. One team went back to the tent, freezing along the way. The temperature then was about minus 50 degrees Fahrenheit, and the rest decided to dig out a shelter under the snow slab, which unfortunately crashed right onto them. In 2019, two researchers decided to test this theory. Johann Gaum headed the snow avalanche simulation laboratory at EPFL in Lausanne, and Alexander Puzrin, chair of the geotechnical engineering at ETH Zurich, modeled the release of a slab avalanche in order to determine if it could have actually killed 9 well-trained hikers who understood the risk of avalanches and knew the route in detail. Puzrin had specialized in different types of landslides and was researching slab avalanches when the Dyatlov case piqued his interest. Puzrin and Gaum began their research by delving into the archives that were declassified after the fall of the Soviet Union. They immediately surmised that the hikers might have dug into the snow to set up their tent, triggering an avalanche a few hours later. However, this version presents certain inconsistencies. Firstly, the rescuers who arrived at the scene didn't find direct evidence of the avalanche's descent. The snow was intact. Secondly, the slope above the tent side had an inclination of less than 30 degrees, which is usually not enough for a snow slab to start moving. If nonetheless the slab was somehow dislodged, it would have happened at least 9 hours after the hikers had set up their tent, which goes against the chain of events that night. Stranger still is the fact that, as can be seen in photographs from the scene, there is no snow inside the tent. If it indeed had been swept away by a strong avalanche, its interior should have been a snowy chaos. Puzrin and Gaum tried to solve these inconsistencies and answer all related questions in their study, which they published in 2021. They fed data relating to snow friction and terrain topography into a computer simulation, showing that a small slab avalanche could have indeed slid down such a moderate slope, leaving few traces, yet causing injuries consistent with those that the Dyatlov group suffered. Previous research hadn't answered the most important question: how could an avalanche occur if there had been no snowfall that night? To answer this question, Gaum and Puzrin put forward a new theory, which stated that if the hikers hadn't dug out snow for their tent, nothing would have happened. The wind that night continued to build up snow, due to which the load on the weakened snow layer continued to grow and soon cracked, later descending in the form of an avalanche. Although both scientists are wary of the results of their study, it is what makes the avalanche theory the most plausible. As Puzrin himself put it, the truth, of course, is that no one knows what happened that night. Interestingly enough, the two mathematical models that Gaum and Puzrin used in their study are now used to predict avalanches and evaluate associated risks. Thus, a decades-old tragedy can still teach us something new. Many Russian researchers also believed the avalanche theory, and the 1959 Soviet investigation indeed gave it as the reason for the disaster, but nobody believed it at the time. Another hypothesis states that the reason for the disaster could have been the conflict within the group, or a nascent conflict that was exacerbated by the elements. The group had come together only shortly before the hike began, and was quite the motley crew. Though most of the hikers were students, they were joined, for instance, by the 30-year-old Semyon Zolotaryov, who was said to have been involved with security services. This was no more than a rumor, but such suspicions within the group could have been enough to trigger a conflict. What if the hikers had not only quarreled, but actually attacked each other? Several experts talk about the troublesome psychological state of the Dyatlov group and the fact that their injuries are similar to those caused by a blunt object. Diaries of the hikers, for instance of Zinaida Kolmogorova, often mentioned incessant conflicts. For example, Lyudmila Dubinina skipped dinner with her mates, instead retreating into the tent, while Alexander Kolevatov was described by Kolmogorova as a cantankerous person. She even wondered in her diary if they would be arguing during the whole trip. When tensions are getting high in a hiking group, it's important that its head probably shows their leadership qualities. Judging by the hiker's diaries, however, Igor Dyatlov stayed silent. Nonetheless, Dyatlov's friends described him as a man of character. Igor didn't.
That is an interesting theory. Say, for instance, that was a snow slide. And if they had done some testing up there by chance, and if where they had done it, if that snow was radioactive from what they did, that's something that does make some sense. I never thought of that. That's a good point. Oh, wow. Cap. Sorry. But yeah, that's interesting. I don't know how that would work, but it is a thought. It's definitely a thought. I'll say that much. Oh, are we up in the algorithm now? That's awesome, you guys. Rock and roll. I love it. Thank you guys so very much for that.
Tolerate if someone objected to him, recalls an acquaintance of his, Sergei Sogrin. Dyatlov was very stubborn and persistent, bordering on the arrogant. When leaving for the hike, he didn't even leave a route sheet at the hiking club, something that was mandatory for all trekking groups. This act would later noticeably complicate the search operation. Moreover, Dyatlov, who usually only picked people he knew well and could rely on, decided for this hike to add a new person to the group, Semyon Zolotarov. This is seen as dangerous because he can't predict how an unfamiliar person will behave in extreme circumstances. Another fact that speaks in favor of the conflict theory is that the team split up shortly before their demise. Dyatlov, as we know, went back to the tent despite the fact that he was poorly dressed, and it would have been wiser to stay by the fire and instead sent Zolotarov and Thibault to the tent, as they were dressed more warmly. Traversing a mountain slope in a strong wind is the path to certain death, but Dyatlov nonetheless opted for it, so something must have pushed him towards this decision. Probably either the hopelessness of the situation or an open conflict with one of the hikers. There was indeed one special relationship among the hikers. Zina Kolmogorova and Yuri Doroshenko had had an affair at some point before the hike, but judging by the letters that Zinaida wrote to her friend, at the time of the trek, Doroshenko was already dating someone else, which really offended Zina, who was still in love with him. Strangely enough, a photograph of Kolmogorova was found in Igor Dyatlov's wallet.
Welcome, Bun Size. Wonderful to have you here. I appreciate you so very much. I hope you're having a great night.
Was Dyatlov jealous of Zina, who also froze on the way to the slope, as if trying to catch up with him? Forensic expert Edward Tumanov, who did an in-depth study of the case, supports the conflict theory. He believes that for many members of the group, the injuries are inconsistent with an avalanche, and he finds the forensic examination of 1959 to be very inaccurate. According to Tumanov, at least several people in the Dyatlov group have injuries similar to those caused by a blunt object, whereas Igor Dyatlov himself has injuries that look as if he was tied up with a rope. As for Semyon Zolotarov, he had 5 broken ribs, an injury that he suffered while still alive. Tumanov claims that it's impossible to get these injuries by falling in the snow. But who could have inflicted this violence? Was it the result of infighting within the team, or was there someone else in the past besides them? It is also strange that the data of the chemical tests performed on the bodies isn't in the public domain. We know that samples of internal organs were taken for histological examination, but the case documents have the results of these tests only for the 4 bodies that were found 2 months later than the others, meaning traces of any substances would have had time to vanish. The lack of tox screen results has led to the suspicion that perhaps the hikers had illegally obtained some psychotropic drugs that altered their perception of reality. This could have caused both the injuries and their unstable mental state. Doping, by the way, was common at that time. Unfortunately, Soviet athletes used it quite often to win medals at the Olympics. Be that as it may, we cannot know for sure if a fight had broken out or not, but the fact is that tensions were indeed building up in the group, and they may have somehow impacted the way things played out. Another version of events is irrevocably tied to the Soviet regime of the time. All military or high-tech operations were carried out in secret, with only a small circle of those who were in the know. Nowadays, of course, the situation in Russia is to some extent similar, but at the time, it was quite severe. The public wasn't informed of anything, and so instead became prolific in creating its own versions of events. And while some of these are whimsical, others do have some evidence behind them. Let us imagine that there were a rocket test launch held in secret on the day the Dyatlov group died, but the launch was unsuccessful. The rocket veered off course and crashed, killing 9 people. Seeing as the whole enterprise was confidential, the case was classified, and elements of nature were named as the reason for the group's death. It sounds reasonable, and given the degree of Soviet secrecy, even plausible. One of the people who participated in the search operation, Vladislav Karelin, gave testimony back in 1959. Here's what he told the investigator. Concerning the death of the Dyatlov group, I should mention an unusual celestial phenomenon that we observed during our hike on February 17, 1959. At about 7:30 a.m., our on-duty mates who were preparing breakfast awakened me with their cry, "Guys, look, what a strange thing." I jumped out of the sleeping bag and ran out of the tent without shoes, only in woolen socks, and saw a large bright spot. It was getting larger. A small star appeared in its center, and it too started growing. This spot moved from the northeast to the southwest until it fell, disappearing behind the forest and leaving a bright streak in the sky. This phenomenon affected different people in various ways. Atmanaki.
Thank you so much, Miss Paula, for the membership being gifted. I can't tell who got it. Whoever you are, congratulations, and thank you for becoming part of the sauce. We appreciate that. Stuffy King. I love the name. Congrats and welcome, Stuffy. Appreciate you being here, and I hope you enjoy yourself. Again, thank you, Miss Paula. That's so awesome of you.
One of the search party members said it seemed to him that the Earth would collide with another planet and explode, while Shavkunov, another team member, found that it wasn't particularly scary. It didn't make a great impression on me, a fall of a large meteorite and nothing more. All this lasted for a little over a minute. Karelin claims that his group had suggested from the very start that something of the sort could have flown over the Dyatlov tent. It immediately seemed to them that this phenomenon could have been not natural but man-made. A rocket launch was indeed carried out on the 2nd of February 1959, though not in the Urals, but in the southern Russian region of Astrakhan, over 1,200 miles away, and it couldn't have possibly reached the Dyatlov Pass. Nonetheless, this theory continues to be discussed. Near the site of the group's death, modern hikers now and then find metal pieces that look like rocket fragments. Some of them even have serial numbers. One of such pieces, which looked a lot like a traditional Russian tea maker, had the word grounding written on it. The origin of this mysterious fragment was soon solved, however. It turned out indeed to be a part of a rocket, but one that was launched from Baikonur, from where Russian rockets still start to this day, in the 70s, and happened to fall not far from the Dyatlov Pass. An extension of the rocket launch theory was the suggestion that the Dyatlovites could have been poisoned by haptol, a fuel which vapors are very toxic to humans. However, haptol has a cumulative effect, so a single contact is not enough to poison a person. Besides, haptol doesn't cloud the mind or alter human consciousness. Nobody who has worked with haptol and inhaled its vapors has ever reported such effects. There is another theory in this blog. What if the group saw something that they shouldn't have and were eliminated? Guesses range from risky experiments to secret weapon tests. Interestingly, the only survivor of the Dyatlov group.
That's an interesting question as well, Cal. Could the rocket have caused the avalanche? Interesting. Definitely an interesting question. Just saying. That's a good question. I like that.
Yuri Yudin thinks this theory is the only plausible one. Allegedly, after the bodies were found, the authorities themselves told him that it could not have been an avalanche, and that the hikers were eliminated. Yudin devoted his whole life to investigating the case and even expressed a desire to be buried next to his long-lost friends. Towards the end of his life, he allegedly even began writing a novel about the past, telling his version of events. However, no such manuscripts were found at his house after his death.
That's interesting.
A rather curious science-based hypothesis suggests that the Dyatlov group could have been killed by infrasound, low-frequency sound vibrations that are indiscernible to the human ear. Infrasound is produced by lightning strikes during hurricanes, storms, and earthquakes. It can also be generated by different technical equipment. It is known that infrasound can adversely affect the human body, even though we can't hear it. It can affect the brain, causing mental distress, as well as stirring up a sense of fear. Perhaps this is exactly what happened to the Dyatlov group, influenced by infrasound. They left the tent in a panic, without putting on clothes or even shoes. Researcher Vladimir Berzenkov claims that wind could have generated the infrasound as it passed over the top of the mountain. The hikers may have...
Now, this was another theory I had read about a while back too with this, and the infrasound could have completely disoriented them, which is why they went with no clothes and stuff like that and hurried up, tried to get out of that tent to get away from that, because it caused, all the disorientation and issues like that. That was an interesting theory to me, because I looked into the infrasound type thing, and it will cause that kind of stuff because it the waves mess with your mind, and it just causes a bunch of disorientation and stuff. So that's kind of interesting to me, honestly. So just saying. That's great, Cap. I hit the like button and the scotch tonight. Well, thank you for that, sir. Phil says meteor caused avalanche and radiation possible. I've seen Superman. Yes, sir. That has happened in Superman. I got you.
Experienced mental distress. Someone panicked, and the rest followed, fleeing out of fright. According to Berzenkov, similar cases had already occurred. A cut-up tent was found in Yakutia, and the bodies of the geologists that it belonged to were discovered not far away. Large empty spaces are necessary for the formation of infrasound, and Berzenkov's calculations show that infrasound could have been formed 5 to 6 yards from where the group's tent was. The terrain there is well suited for the generation of ultrasound, the researcher claims. Sergei Sergeyev, head of the Russian State Research Institute of Applied Acoustics, believes that it might have not been infrasound but low-frequency pressure drops that caused the group's death. This would make sense given the types of injuries the group had, as well as nosebleeds that some of the hikers had reported while still alive.
That would make sense as well as to why there was no external injuries, but internal injuries underneath. That should have external injuries. The soft tissue should have been affected with those injuries, and there was none. That there makes a little bit of sense as well. These theories are interesting, all of them in some sense, you know what I mean? Just saying.
Moreover, such pressure events tend to awaken a strong desire to quickly leave the spot in which they are taking place. The idea that the indigenous peoples of the Ural Mountains could have killed the hikers arose almost immediately, but if one examines the facts, this version might be even more far-fetched than the most eccentric stories of Bigfoot attacks and such like.
See, I never believed that too much because there were no external injuries to say that happened. I think if they were attacked by them, there would have been definite, like, visual stabbing wounds or whatever, you know what I mean? Physical bludgeoning from the exterior would be showing it and stuff like that. That's why I never took to this one here, but just saying.
The Mansi, who are indigenous to the northern Urals, are a small Finno-Ugric people with a population of about 12,000 living for the most part in Russia's Khanty-Mansi region. Though their traditional language is Mansi, most of modern Mansi people speak Russian. The Mansi worship the forces of nature, and their beliefs are connected with the mountains, the taiga, and the animals that live in it. The Mansi have a very rich culture, and they are very proud of it, trying to preserve their traditions to this day. Many still practice hunting and reindeer herding, reindeer teams traditionally being their most common form of transportation. The Mansi tried to maintain their traditional way of life in Soviet times, and as often happens in such cases, were seen as savages, with the strangers of rumors circulating about them. So even though the Mansi actively participated in the search of
I would say probably disorientation, nausea, headaches, stuff like that, in my opinion. But
Lack of oxygen.
yeah, definitely, which will cause delirium. You'll pass out, things like that. So yeah, 100% breathing issues, so on and so forth. But yeah, definitely, that is true. Something to think about based on the altitude that they were at. That's very, very interesting, Cap. Good point out. But the attack of the indigenous people, I don't believe in that at all. Not at all. They seem to be a very peaceful type group of people. Plus they jumped in to help for the search too. So that doesn't make sense,
the Dyatlov group in 1959, many began to accuse them of doing it to cover up their involvement in the hiker's death. Hunter Anatoly Bezdenizhnych, who in 1981 worked as a tractor driver in the taiga and had stopped for the night at a Mansi hunter's place, supports this theory. The two drank a bottle of vodka and chatted, and the Mansi hunter allegedly told Anatoly that the Mansi are the rulers of the taiga and that the forest belongs to them. Anatoly was very surprised that the Mansi was hunting openly and that there was fresh meat in front of his dwelling, even though he clearly didn't have a hunting license. Then the hunter told him that if someone tried to steal something from the Mansi, they would immediately know about it. This has already happened before, he said, and told the story of a group of hikers that had once plundered a sacred mountain of the Mansi, which was why the locals cut up their tent, lured the hikers out with an intoxicating substance, and killed them. In the hunter's story, the number of the dead was the same as with the Dyatlov group. Anatoly did not ask the hunter when and on what mountain the story happened. The only thing he found out was that in a cave next to the Dyatlov Pass, there was a spot sacred to the Mansi. But as Urals expert Alexei Slepuchin explains, there was never any sacred spot around the place of the Dyatlov group's death. The version involving an attack, the vodka, and xenophobia notwithstanding, isn't plausible for several reasons. Firstly, there were no footprints found around the tent except for those of the Dyatlov group itself. Secondly, experts point out that the Mansi are not a hostile people and do not make use of narcotic substances. Instead, they use a mushroom called chaga to fumigate their sanctuaries, and that isn't something any of them would burn in some hiker's tent out of revenge. Similarly, inconclusive are versions involving an attack by fugitive prisoners. No escapes were recorded at the time, or by poachers, seeing as there weren't any footprints on the spot, except for those of the group. Besides, why on earth would poachers want to engage in hand-to-hand combat with 9 hikers in a snow-covered pass at night? These speculations, of course, are fueled by the fact that the Dyatlovites had terrible injuries that seem inconsistent with an avalanche, but as forensic expert Tumanov says, look like injuries from a fight. However, if a fight did occur, it was most likely due to a conflict within the group, and not because of the intervention of some third parties. Besides the theories that we have discussed here, there are lots of other versions of events, many of them venturing into the depths of the mystical, mentioning Bigfoot and UFOs. Even the Dyatlovites themselves had joked around Bigfoot, writing this in their hiking diary. Recently, there has been a lively discussion in scientific circles about the existence of Bigfoot. According to the latest data, the Bigfoot live in the northern Urals, around Mount Otartan. In the area where the group was hiking, the locals often told stories of the box spirit Kompolan, which means forest man in the Mansi language, but this was no more than rumors. As for UFOs, there are several hypotheses going around. This theory stems mostly from the strange behavior of the hikers and the abandoned and cut apart tent, but as is often the case with such speculations, there is no evidence of a UFO attack whatsoever. Perhaps we will never know the exact cause of the death of the Dyatlov group. There are too many theories, and not one of them has yet answered all the questions. The story of this group's demise continues to live on in fiction and scientific literature, as well as in stories that hikers tell of a group of daredevils who went to the mountain that took their souls for itself. So in the end, it's up to you to decide which version to believe. Write your thoughts about this story in the comments, and tell me if I should continue making these short examinations of famous incidents, or whether it would be better to stick to lesser known stories. Like if you enjoyed this video, and don't forget to subscribe. Thanks to everyone who shares these videos with friends, it really means a lot to me. See you in the next video. Stay safe.
There's that. So what do you think at this point, Mom? Anything different? Anything like, what do you think? What are your thoughts?
Like I said, I don't think the locals had anything to do with it. I think it's very strange that they found radiation, and I think it's a very good clue about the military base that was close to there.
Right.
Not only that, you have to think of where this is. Now, the unknown paranormal side of me will always veer towards something that we cannot explain, due to the fact that this is one of the oldest, most famous group cases that there is.
Absolutely.
You know, I mean, there's been professionals and scientists and all these other things, but you also have to take into effect anytime there's a military involved, there's things we will never know. And, you know, you can let your mind wander and grab your boots and flashlight and go down a rabbit hole. And did the nuclear testing create something that the locals could have possibly looked at as being a Yeti? And that's where the radiation came from. You know, there's so many different things that your brain can go to. You know, the most, I guess, humanly discussed one, I don't know how to put it, I've got hurricane brain, y'all. So would be that, you know, they were at the altitude, they were hyperthermic, there was lack of oxygen, they freaked out and ripped their way out of the tents and started to strip, because we know those are all things that, you know, happen. So that's very possible. And then if you look at the avalanche part of it, I mean, that's a good possibility too.
Absolutely.
But
yeah, I kind of like that theory too, but there's a couple things that go along with all of these that just kind of bug me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the whole case bugs me. The whole thing bugs me. Like, I'll be totally honest with you. It's like when I can't just look into it and research and watch a shit ton of documentaries on it.
Absolutely.
I've never watched these YouTube channels on it, so that was really interesting. So thank you for that.
Oh, of course.
I love watching different, you know, different things, but
right. I do have one more that is a theory. Okay, I'm going to show you that. And now this person is 100% sure that they have the answer to this. That doesn't mean it's what happened, but it's interesting the way it is explained. I'll tell you that. And most of my research on this came out of books, guys. I didn't do any YouTube stuff when I first got into this. I was floored by this story, guys. I could not stop looking for it. I couldn't stop reading it. It's just one of those things that was just like, where's the answer to this? How did this happen? Why did this happen? What's the deal? Blah, blah, blah. Thank you, Molly. I see it there. And I will look at that here momentarily. But this was kind of interesting too, so I'm going to show you guys this real quick. No, good. We're not going there right now, Walt. Good try, though. No, I did not get your email, Walt, because I know you didn't send me one. You're crazy, bro.
Researcher is 100% sure this is what happened at the Dyatlov Pass. The Dyatlov Pass event refers to the deaths of 9 Russian hikers in the Ural Mountains between February 1st and 2nd, 1959. The hikers, who were students and alumni of the Ural Polytechnical Institute, headed off on a mountaineering excursion and never returned. Later, when search and rescue crews located their campsite, they discovered that the tent had been ripped open from the inside and that they had suddenly evacuated the tent and ran down the snow-covered slope to a nearby tree line. According to authorities, some of the hikers had died of hypothermia, while others had perished from severe traumatic injuries. Various explanations for the fatalities have been postulated, including an avalanche, a clash with indigenous people, and even a covert Russian military operation. In this video, we are going to look at a new theory on the Dyatlov Pass incident. Teodora Hadjiska, co-author of the book 1079, The Overwhelming Force of Dyatlov Pass, is 100% certain that her theory on what happened to the hapless hikers is correct. New theories pop up from time to time, and any new theory needs to be stacked up against the existing ones to compare the likelihood of it. There have been many theories proposed to explain the mysterious deaths of the hikers in the Dyatlov Pass incident. Some of the most popular theories include an avalanche. One theory is that the hikers were caught in an avalanche and were forced to flee their campsite in the middle of the night. However, there were no signs of an avalanche at the campsite, and some of the hikers were found with serious injuries that are not consistent with being caught in an avalanche. They were attacked by indigenous people. Another theory is that the hikers were attacked by indigenous people, possibly the Mansi, who are native to the area. However, there is no evidence to support this theory, and the Mansi denied any involvement in the deaths. The Russian military was involved. Some have speculated that the deaths were caused by the Russian military, either as a part of a secret mission or as a cover-up of some other incident. There is no evidence to support this theory. And natural causes. Another theory is that the hikers died as a result of natural causes, such as hypothermia or exposure. This theory is supported by the fact that several of the hikers were found with injuries consistent with hypothermia and by the extreme cold temperatures in the area at the time of the incident. No one theory encompasses all the available evidence to make it 100% credible, but Teodora Hadjiska's credentials and her knowledge of the incident might just get us a little closer to the truth. Traveling to Russia to speak with those in the know, visiting the site, extensive searches through archives, publishing a book, interviews conducted, and keeping the peace on discussion forums on the subject most likely makes Hadjiska one of the world's foremost experts on the decades-long mystery. Hadjiska's theory has 3 main components that, when put together, in her opinion, make the narrative of the incident more believable than the more than other 75 theories doing the rounds. And if you're thinking, did UFOs or the Yeti make the cut? They certainly have. Hadjiska's theory is a perfect storm of bad luck, a freak accident, and a totalitarian state's saving face tactics to protect its image. The geologists, the hikers, and the cover-up. The first part of her theory postulates that the hikers never erected their inadequate tent on the slope where it was found in the search and rescue mission. This tent was made to be erected and tied to 2 trees, not on an open, wind-battered slope. According to Hadjiska, the tent was pitched a mile below the slope, in or near the forest line, near a giant cedar tree. They understood the disparity in protection between the tree line and the bare, weather-vulnerable terrain up the slope. Risking their survival by pitching the tent at a location where the tent could be further destroyed by the ferocious winds would have made the option of where to pitch the tent obvious. After settling on a site inside the tree line, the 9 hikers would have immediately divided up the campsite responsibilities. They would have set up the tent, installed their heating stove, and collected firewood for a campfire and the tent stove. There is evidence that someone climbed the cedar tree and chopped off branches since the tree barks had skin fragments and its branches were cut. Due to the night's severe winds in the pass, the hikers are unable to build a fire. The corner of the tent was most likely lined with boots, while backpacks and jackets covered the floor of the tent. The 9 hikers slept side by side in varied positions on each side of the tent stove, as the tent and the stove heat were the only things separating them from death that night. On February 1st, between 7:30 and 8:30 p.m., quote-unquote, the incident that would test their survival instincts occurred. There is some disagreement about these times, but they were calculated from the time on the hikers' watches that were found. The geologists. Geologist miners, conducting an aerial survey in the southern parts of Mount Otorten to find magnetic anomalies in quest of uranium resources, might have set off this whole catastrophe. The geologists searched for chlorine-rich soil, a black mineral containing uranium. To perform similar surveys in 1950s Russia, geologists used 5-kilogram anti-magnetic, anti-tank blasts that exploded in mid-air, often just above the treetop level, sometimes igniting the tree crowns. These geologists, who often worked on weekends, conducted one of these bombing missions on Sunday, February 1st, 1959. Sappers, as these geological miners were known, had in the past repeatedly caused negligent deaths as a result of irresponsible blasting. Neither the Dyatlov 9 nor the sappers were aware that the other group was present in that location on that day. The reverberations of such blast mining may have displaced or dislocated weak, decaying, or dead tree branches in the area. Hajiska believes that while the 9 hikers were sleeping in the tent, a big branch or even a whole tree broke off, badly destroying and confining the tent and its occupants, and inflicting injuries of various severity on all 9 hikers. The hikers. Doroshenko and Krivonoshenko presumably passed away first due to deadly burns and cerebral trauma. This may be the result of being crushed by the limbs or tree's heaviest part. As they were pulled out of the tent by the others, they were likely unconscious and extremely close to death due to bodily shock and the freezing weather, and their bodily systems started to rapidly collapse. In a state of shock and despair and unable to lift the tree limb to retrieve their coats and boots, the survivors were compelled to remove the deceased men's garments for heat to preserve their own lives. The corpse of Yuri Krivonoshenko was recovered under the cedar tree. He was wearing an undershirt, a long-sleeved striped shirt, swimming trunks, long underwear, a ripped sock on his left foot, and no shoes. Yuri Doroshenko was dressed in a sleeveless cotton undershirt, a checkered shirt with short sleeves, shorts, swimming trunks, and blue cotton underpants. On each foot, he wore a separate pair of wool socks, and the socks on his left foot were burned. The corpses of Igor Dyatlov, Zenaida Kolmogorova, and Rustam Slobodin would be discovered facing up the hill where they had left a labaz, or cache of supplies. The assumption is that in an attempt to retrieve an emergency medicine box they had stashed there, all 3 went off course and were separated. Eventually, they succumbed to the weather and collapsed in the snow at varied distances up the slope owing to extreme cold, injuries, and shock. It took almost 2 months to find the other 4 hikers. They were finally discovered on May 4th under 13 feet of snow, in a ravine 246 feet further into the woods from the cedar tree. A den made with branches was a common method for surviving harsh winters, and given the circumstances, it offered the best chance of survival for those who remained behind, in the hope that their 3 friends would reach the summit of the mountain and bring back supplies. Cedar branches were carried inside the den and arranged to reduce the amount of contact between human bodies and the snow. A disturbing truth is that the 4 corpses were discovered within feet of their makeshift shelter in the deepest part of the canyon. Why would they abandon their only shelter? The cover-up. For those of us who grew up in the Cold War era, understanding Soviet mentality is easy. For those who didn't, let's give you a breakdown of how the Soviet Union operated in the era that this disastrous incident took place. During the middle of the 20th century, the Soviet Union was a totalitarian state, and its citizens understood that if they made a mistake while working for the government and wanted to avoid a Siberian gulag, torture, or death, they had to cover it up and never speak about it again. In 1959 Russia, when a comrade admitted wrongdoing, his co-workers and family were subjected to inconceivable repercussions. The USSR was the world's second most powerful nation at the time, enthusiastically contending with the United States for the top spot. Under Stalin, Khrushchev, and the increasing strains of the Cold War, the government had to present an aura of unwavering dominance in all matters. The communist ideal centered on the perfection of its methods and its people. There was absolutely no political will or tolerance for the fact that sometimes people made errors. If the university hikers accidentally got in the way of geologists searching for uranium in the northern Urals, and as a result, deaths occurred, that error in judgment could never be publicly acknowledged in this type of society. A mistake in the workplace might become a matter of life and death, not just a bad mark on one's employment record. This onerous way of life required a continual balancing act between public duty and self-preservation. This thinking is how the cover-up and secrecy mentality in this event evolved. The USSR would never publicize when or where they were exploring for uranium. This was classified as a state secret, and any accident would be covered up by sowing the seeds of disinformation and confusion. Hajiska has theorized that the whole scene of the tragedy had been restaged by authorities or the geologists themselves so that the accident looked to have been caused by some force of nature. From purposely made footprints, missing knives, and a total overkill of manpower from the regional government for the search effort, someone or a group was trying to make it look like a natural occurrence. To restage the incident, the conspirators needed only to exchange the lobaz for the tent. This explains the smooth, leisurely snow footprints down the hill, as well as the curiously positioned and untouched belongings in and around the tent set on a slope. According to Hajiska, the fallen tree branch that injured the hikers was simply chopped up and discarded. In the 21 days between the time of restaging and the discovery of the slope tent, the restagers might have swept away any more boot prints and let the wind and snow do the rest. But why go through such lengths to make it look like the hikers died from natural causes? The heads of local government and the geological unit knew from experience that they could be imprisoned or executed for the incident, as had happened to a colonel of the railway troops who was convicted of a similar crime, the death of subordinates in a fire, and was sentenced to 25 years in prison in 1950. Due to the passage of time and dealing with investigations conducted by traumatized citizens of an unforgiving totalitarian state, we may never know the true story of what happened in the Dyatlov Pass in 1959. What we do know is that people like Teodora Hajiska will most likely never give up on the search for truth, and in this case, justice for the 9 hikers that lost their lives in the Dyatlov Pass event.
There's her theory with it. So, like I said, I have my questions, I have my theories, I have my feelings, and I do know that they did send an expedition group back out to reinvestigate, which is funny to me because of how long it happened, how long ago. But I don't know. There was also another scenario I thought was interesting, you guys, that went with this, okay? 1 second here. I want to show you something. Now, this scenario, this is a quickie here. So watch this real quick and give me your thoughts on this as compared to what we just watched with Dyatlov.
Franz Josef Land is a Russian archipelago located in the western part of the Arctic Ocean. Explorers call it the archipelago of polar bears. After all, long before people arrived on these islands, polar bears ruled this land. Here in the Arctic, bears stock up on enough fat to last them for the long polar night since they don't go into winter hibernation. The Earth's largest land predator is always on the lookout for food. This northern giant has had no enemies for a long time. Cunning, hardy, able to track prey for hours and break the spine of a sea cat or a young walrus with a single blow of their paw, polar bears presented a great danger for humans, at least until people invented firearms. Even then, however, polar bears quickly became accustomed. They are now no longer afraid of the pungent smells of fuel and gunpowder and have started appearing in places where people dump their waste. Polar bears are not afraid to hunt down dogs and occasionally the polar explorers themselves. Mikhail Yeromkin was a professional meteorologist. He had dreamed of the Arctic ever since he was in hydrometeorological school. After finishing his studies, Mikhail worked at a remote weather station in the Irkutsk region in eastern Siberia. The greatest challenge at such stations is the lack of communication and the accumulation of psychological fatigue in the small team. But Mikhail was restrained, laconic, and good at smoothing over conflicts, and he desired to work in the harsh conditions of the Arctic or Antarctic at all costs. In August 2011, he arrived at the weather station on the Arctic island of Hayes. On September 20th, just a month after his shift started, Mikhail tragically died. A polar bear attacked him while he was launching a weather probe along a path that he had taken every day without fear. Mikhail probably did not even have the time to fetch a gun in order to scare the animal away. The news of Mikhail's death saddened his friends, of whom he had a great many. For years, Mikhail had been involved in mountaineering, and he always had plenty of hiking anecdotes up his sleeve. However, there was one incident that he refused to talk about. So horrible it was, and so burdened with guilt he felt for years afterwards. We will tell this story for Mikhail, and to do so, we will have to travel back to the year of 1988. When preparing material for stories like this one, I often have to access websites that are only available for certain regions due to local regulations. This can even happen with YouTube videos or Netflix documentaries, which can be restricted for some countries because of licensing agreements. Of course, to cover all of the important details regarding the case, I need a solution that helps lift those restrictions. So that's when I want to mention the sponsor of today's video, NordVPN. NordVPN allows you to alter your virtual location and access content from anywhere in the world. On top of that, you also get tons of important features such as data encryption and threat protection from malware and trackers to ensure your privacy, as well as automatic kill switch function which prevents you from having unprotected internet access. Plus, with all these benefits of using a VPN service, you don't have to sacrifice the performance and speed of your internet connection because NordVPN is the fastest VPN in the market. Get your exclusive deal on NordVPN by following the link in the description of this video. By clicking the link, you not only support my channel, but also get 4 months for free on the 2-year plan with a 30-day money-back guarantee. And now, let's get back to the video. In 1988, a group of ski hikers from Syktyvkar, the capital of the Komi Republic, set out to conquer the Ural Mountains, which divide Russia into two. The group consisted of 17 people, including 2 instructors. Mikhail Yeromkin led a team of 9 people. Ivan Belazarov led a team of 6 people. The names of 3 other young women remain unknown. This team, led by Mikhail Yeromkin and Ivan Belazarov, was dubbed the second Dyatlov group because of what happened to them. The 2 tragic events were almost too similar. Both groups included hikers named Yudin and Zolotaryov, a fact that captivated fans of conspiracy theories and those who love to see eerie parallels everywhere. The difference was that Yeromkin's group was perhaps a little luckier than the Dyatlovites. In the fall of 1988, the Syktyvkar hiking club, Oraifi, whose members were mostly students of the Ural University, was preparing to go on a training ski hike. The club was located in the basement of the Polosati store on Babushkina Street. All the local hiking enthusiasts would gather there. In those years, there was a shortage of many things in the USSR: good food, quality clothing, medicine. There was, however, no shortage of good company. While traveling abroad was difficult, the map of the country was full of white spots. and the hikers wanted to explore them all. The hiking club was mainly frequented by people of modest means: doctors, students, teachers, engineers. Though not wealthy in monetary terms, their riches were an unquenchable longing for adventure and a multitude of ideas. These ideas were brought to life through the organization of hikes and trips along rivers and through mountains.
What had happened was, oh shit, it's 11:22.
Gotta love it.
And he's
Gotta
back.
love it. Gotta love 11:22. Never fails. All right.
I got the screen turned around real low. I couldn't see what time it was.
Oh, I knew it was coming. I was just trying to hoping it was going to get through before it actually hit that, but that's okay. So this story is interesting because it's a secondary scenario. So just saying.
Bears stock up on enough fat to last them for the long polar night, since they don't go into winter hibernation. The Earth's largest land predator is always on the lookout for food. This northern giant has had no enemies for a long time. Cunning, hardy, able to track prey for hours and break the spine of a sea cat or a young walrus with a
started it
single
over.
paw. Polar bears presented a great danger for humans. They considered the risk of avalanches.
You know about where we were, Mom? Roughly.
Back it up. We were at the part where the second group went up there that mysteriously had close to the same names.
Okay.
Right after this. No.
Yeah.
Right in sure.
Right in here. Okay.
Setting up the tent, just continued walking ahead. I had put my skis in the snow and suggested they pitch the tent there, but I did not insist on it. I still can't forgive myself for that. They destabilized the slab, undercutting it while setting up the tent. There's hardly anything keeping the slab in place, yet a half-meter layer of snow is more than enough to submerge the tent and flatten it. Not all of the slab had avalanched, only a fragment of it. It happened as in Dyatlov Pass at about 8 p.m. There was a blizzard with winds as strong as 25 meters per second. Our tent had not been pitched on a very steep slope. It was only 25 degrees, so no one had even thought of the possibility of an avalanche. Moreover, we did not feel the slab under our feet. It was only 30 to 40 centimeters thick, and when they leveled the spot for the tent, they cut into the slab. The tragedy happened in the off-season. All evidence suggests that there was an avalanche-weakened layer of snow under the compacted snow on top, and the upper layer had slipped along this weakened snow, crushing the hikers. The avalanche almost certainly had not occurred purely on its own. The heavy layer of snow had been damaged by inexperienced trekkers from Mikhail Yeromkin's group digging along a length of 10 to 12 meters, or 30 to 40 feet, in order to set up their tents under the moraine, destroying the support structure. Since the stability of the slab was compromised by cutting into it, even the smallest thing could have triggered the avalanche. A gust of wind, snowfall, load redistribution after a smaller avalanche comprised only of fresh snow. The question of who or what is to blame for the tragedy in this case is pretty much closed. Firstly, Yeromkin himself made a mistake. If he had insisted on changing the tent spot, disaster could surely have been avoided. This opinion is also shared by many hikers on online forums. Here's how Pyotr Lukayanov, honorary master of sports, put it in his article, Non-Accidental Accidents. In recent years, there has been a steady reduction in the amount of training required for highly qualified instructors, meaning the number of accidents will also increase in the near future. The job of public hiking instructor is becoming less and less prestigious. The job of an instructor is a very difficult and responsible one. The days of the enthusiasts have gone. It is important to note that neither Yeremkin nor Belozerov had had proper training as instructors. They were seen as fairly experienced hikers, but not as professionals. In those days, of course, there was more leniency surrounding the rules of mountain hiking, and this was partly why such terrible mistakes were sometimes made. Years later, one of the survivors, Sergei Shibaryov, also tried to make sense of the incident. In Peter Lukoyanov's article, Non-Accidental Accidents, there is a description of the start of the route. I can only add that it was quite cold when we set out, but after the snowfall started, the temperature rose slightly. When we were setting up Ivan Belazarov's tent, we surrounded it with blocks cut from crusted snow, so you can't say that the snow was wet. After the avalanche, when we started the search, the snow was quite loose. Sergei Polyakov and I went to find help after the snowstorm had stopped, and in the morning, when we returned and helped to dig out our teammates, the snow had already compacted and we had to cut it up in blocks. But these are all my own recollections. Maybe other group members have different ones. After all, we were in shock, and quite a lot of time has passed. Now, as for the distances and angles, the diagram given in Lukoyanov's article was not made according to our descriptions. It was produced by the rescuers who arrived immediately after the tragedy, after all the necessary measurements, and is only the correct one. For this purpose, I had specially contacted Sergei Nekrasov, who had supervised the rescue works. The only thing that I do not agree with is the thickness of the snow. It was thicker. Apparently, during the measurements, they did not take into account the fact that the snow had already compacted. Sergei confirmed that the avalanche had covered the tents with 5 feet or 1.5 meters of snow, and in some places, his improvised avalanche probe, made of 2 ski poles tied together, making it over 2 meters or 6 feet long, would disappear in the snow completely. How did Mikhail Yeremkin manage to survive under such a thick layer of snow? Here's his own attempt at answering this question. The snow had sort of risen over me, forming a small air pocket that allowed me to take 2 breaths, and I don't remember anything else. I managed to take a couple of deep breaths and scream. As they dug me up, drove me in the cross-country vehicle, nursed me in the ICU in Vorkuta, my memory would come back in flashes. I did not yet know about the most terrible thing, that 6 people from the tent died. It is the leader who is to blame in such a case. I should have at least intuitively calculated the risk of an avalanche. Secondly, despite Yeremkin's confession, it would be wrong to pin the blame for the hikers' deaths only on him. If the team members and their instructors back at the club had considered the risk of avalanches, they would have been more likely to survive or dig out those who were trapped more quickly. Think about it. Instead of using a specially designed probe, the survivors tried to locate their friends with ordinary ski poles. It was a time-consuming and inefficient process. So the lack of equipment, as well as the group's poor psychological preparation, played an important role in the tragedy.
Thank you, Miss Paula, for that membership. Whoever received it, congratulations. Hypatia, congratulations. Welcome to the sauce. Thank you again, Miss Paula. That's awesome. We got like 23, 24 new members today, guys. That's pretty awesome. Very awesome as far as I'm concerned, and I am greatly appreciative. Welcome, everybody. Thank you again, Miss Paula.
There is, interestingly enough, a theory that such disasters, like the ones with Dyatlov's group and with Yeremkin's group, occurred during a period of abnormal solar activity. But so many years later, it is difficult to say whether the deadly avalanche can be blamed on the sun or whether in both cases the people involved were responsible. To the very end, Mikhail Yeremkin was convinced that it was an avalanche similar to the one that descended on his group that was the cause of the Dyatlov Pass incident in the Urals in February of 1959. Everything happened just as it did with us, Mikhail said. It was an ordinary radial hike, climbing to the summit and descending. However, taking into account their heavy equipment, padded jackets, a tarp tent, the trek of Dyatlov's group can be considered extra complicated. That fateful evening, a snowstorm broke out in the Urals. In the winter, there is often a so-called runoff wind here. Strong winds form in the pipe-like pass windows as the air is pumped across the Ural Mountains from the West Siberian plain to the Komi Republic. During a heavy blizzard, snow accumulates instantly on the windward side of the slope. Temperature changes, and strong winds cause the snow to be compressed into a so-called slab, a heavy layer of snow on the top of already packed snow. The blizzard prevented Dyatlov's group from continuing their hike, and they were unable to make it back down before dark, so they made a stop on the slope. Such an experienced hiker as Dyatlov would not have pitched a tent in an avalanche-prone area. But the thing is that spot was not prone to avalanches. However, it was not an ordinary avalanche that came down, but a slab, a thick layer of snow formed on the old snow cover through sharp temperature drops when the thaw changes abruptly to frost. Under the slab's dense layer there forms a soft layer of crystallized snow on which the slab slides as if it had been oiled. The slab is ready to crash down at any moment. All it takes is for a blizzard to place a critical mass of snow on it. When tourists put up a tent and dig around it, they unintentionally undercut the snow slab, meaning that as soon as someone climbs up higher along the slope, the slightest movement will make the slab come down, smashing up everything in its path. The Sverdlovsk team's tent was only grazed by the edge of the slab, so at first only 3 people died and 2 more were injured. The unusual skin color of some of the victims could be the result of them suffocating under the snow. Half of the tent was crushed, and the entrance was blocked, so the back wall had to be cut open. The survivors began evacuating. After bringing their wounded teammates down the edge of the forest, they made a fire under a cedar tree. 3 of them put on warm clothing and went back to get necessary belongings from the tent, but they did not return. They died in the blizzard. When a slab comes down, the snow gets mixed up very quickly, destroying all traces of the avalanche, so the search team could not find any evidence of it. According to Yeromkin, this is how the Dyatlovites died. In the case of Yeromkin's group, it was apparently also a so-called hard slab, consisting of a layer of compacted snow with a significant amount of fresh snow on top that had come down. Overloading the slope with fresh snow and undercutting the layer below triggered an avalanche in early polar winter. The formation of a snow slab on that spot is evidenced by the cutting out of crusted snow blocks, which both the hikers and the rescuers had mentioned. Each hiking trip is made 3 times. First, when preparing for it, gathering the team, selecting equipment, making plans and movement schedules, developing tactics to overcome natural obstacles. The second time is during the trek itself, and the third time, which lasts the longest, is in the memory of its participants. Mikhail Yeromkin, traveler, master of sports and hiking, was well known far beyond the Komi Republic. It was thanks to his participation in Category 5 and 6 tracks, which he often led, that many mountain hikers of the former Soviet Union received the new Russian title of Master of Sports. Foreign hikers also turned to him for advice, seeing as he was the best-known expert on the circumpolar and polar Urals, and had authored several mountain guidebooks. Pavel Belousov, who like Mikhail worked as an instructor at the Komi station for young hikers, says, "He was a man who felt better on a hike than in the city. He was drawn to the unknown. We went with him to places where normal hikers don't go. Along the bogs, beyond the Izhma area."
Thank you, Miss Paula, for the super chat. It says Walt Harris is a troll in moderator's clothing. Oh, Lord. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Walt and Paula show over here to the side. I appreciate you guys all joining in and participating. it's wonderful to have you all in here tonight for this. I appreciate it so very much.
To the upper courses of the rivers Mizin, Vim, Silma. He knew the Ural Mountains inside out. Mikhail Yeremkin's trips had brought him memories, both positive and tragic. He did not like to speak publicly about his trek to Sop Pass. It might have been this tragedy that incited him to believe in God. Yeremkin's friends noted that he had recently started going to church and would pray often. Mikhail happily volunteered to help rebuild churches. When he, an experienced climber, was offered to participate in the saving of an ancient church in Izhma from destruction, he immediately agreed. Together with Alexander Temeshkin, one of the survivors of the tragedy in the polar Urals, Yeremkin went to this remote northern village. Here, in late fall, they spent almost a month laying the roof of the church and patching up the domes to prevent water from getting inside. His home in the Arctic, the polar Urals, was a place that Yeremkin knew well and had mastered. A region that was a piece of the exotic north for tourists from Moscow, St. Petersburg, and central Russia, was to Yeremkin simply an interesting part of his homeland, the Komi Republic. He wanted something new, to travel in hummocks and drifting ice to the North Pole. The icy regions of the Arctic beckoned him. Mikhail was ready for such a challenge physically and technically, but then came the political cataclysms of the 90s. After the Riffe Club closed, its team of like-minded people gradually drifted apart. Serious projects turned into recreational hikes, which were not to Yeremkin's liking. He started working as an industrial climber, sealing joints, washing windows in factory workshops and high-rise buildings. The job put food on the table, but did not give him any peace of mind. So there was no way he could have turned down an invitation to Hayes Island. Franz Joseph Land was not a place of exile or voluntary emigration for Mikhail, and he did not go there purely for the money. He went to the Krenkel Polar Weather Station because his knowledge, skills, and abilities as a professional meteorologist were much needed there. In letters to his wife, Mikhail told humorously of a polar bear visiting their station. The animal had looked out from behind the warehouse, seen the newly arrived skinny explorers, showed no interest in them, and laughed. In a cruel twist of fate, soon Yeremkin would have a similar encounter with a polar bear just a few dozen meters from the base, but this time it would be fatal. Each of the 6 meteorologists at Krenkel had to perform several duties. Since the station was severely understaffed, in Soviet times there were up to 200 people working there. Mikhail launched a weather probe into the sky every 3 hours and kept an eye on the steam generator. Our attempts to find safety instructions for the employees of Arctic polar stations were unsuccessful, and there is not a single word about dangerous predators in the instructions for meteorologists. It is hard to say why Mikhail went out alone to launch the weather probe, or why he did not use his flare gun to scare the bear away. We only know that when at dusk, at around 10 p.m., Yeremkin went out again to prepare the probe. A bear was waiting for him on the trail. The other meteorologists first found Misha's hat, then his flashlight, and then finally his body. Thus died the last member of that ill-fated team, most of whom are buried on the slopes of Rye-Ease. If you enjoyed this story, like this video and share it with your friends. And as always, stay safe.
So that's going to do it, guys. But I just wanted to show that story as well and show the other story of what happened. And there is actually another one. We're not looking at it, don't worry. That happened as well. That's worse than what happened in Dyatlov Pass. It's in the same region, but it's a different scenario. But I just thought it was interesting with that secondary story, how that kind of fell in line with the first one. And again, it gives you something else to think about too. So But that, I think, is going to do it. Denise Ferguson says, I completely agree with the last theory. See, there you go. And that's why, okay, mom's gone again. That's why I wanted to show that to you, to give you the option to see that theory and that story with what happened with your, I can't say his name, I'm not going to try, but the secondary group of people that went through there. Not really, Leslie. It's oink. Welcome back, Mom.
Okay, that's better. Now I can hear you.
Okay. So, like I said, that was why I was giving you that option for that. To have that. Sorry to hear that secondary story. It's not too early, Leslie. We started in here at 8:30. It's been 3 hours. I don't want to keep you guys in here too late. I'm tired. I'm sure you're tired. I just thought tonight's story was a really good one to follow through with. And I tried to pull everything I could on it without going crazy. To give you guys different options to look into, to think about, and then that secondary story kind of goes in line with it too. Dago, I know, please do go. Leslie's trying to get rid of me. You see that, guys? Look at that. She's like, get out. I'm done with you, Dago. Go away. Leave. Wow. I love you too, Leslie. The great and almighty Phil says, something for y'all to consider. The MSP Academy is but 3 miles from me. Look up the horrifying death of a cadet at fight night. Okay, Phil. Thank you. No, I'm just kidding. I was just teasing you, Leslie. I'm tired, guys. But that has nothing to do with this. I've been tired every time I do these. It's no big deal. But I'm trying to shorten these shows down to a normal amount of time instead of dragging you guys through all this forever. And that's why I wanted to get to the point with this and just roll straight through it. So again, did you catch like all of that secondary story, Mom?
Yeah, all but the last couple seconds when my computer died.
Yeah, that's fine. What do you think of that one as compared to Dyatlov Pass?
Very interesting.
That's kind of my thought too. Like I said, when I did the research for this, and then the recent research on this, I followed that up with a couple things, trying to see, was there other one? There's another one out there that's worse than Dyatlov. And I was just like, wow. And you gotta wonder, you know. And Miss Denise that jumped in with us tonight, which I'm greatly, greatly appreciative of, says that she did a lot of research on this from what she explained, is comfortable with that last theory there. So I get it, you know. I do get it. I'm still a little bit questionable with the radiation, guys. I have questions about that. The landslide or snow slide or whatever you want to call it theory makes some sense to me, but I think Dyatlov could have been a combination of things. That's why I said I can't give a specific one thing like theory on it. I think it could have possibly been a combination of things. That's just my opinion. And yes, Doodle, we are, unless you don't want to. I love doing the morning shows, and I planned on being here tomorrow morning bright and not too early. So you guys can sleep in a little, but around the same time we were this morning. Unless, of course, nobody wants it, because, you know, I could just take the next 3 days off and do nothing. It's up to you guys. You tell me what you should think I should do, guys. Should I just take a 3-day vacation and disappear, or should I be here tomorrow morning?
I think you should be here in the morning. We'll all get the itchies if you take a 3-day break.
The itchies. I don't want to be blamed for anything itchy.
We will
Not
be
at all.
you.
That could be bad. I know, Leslie. I'm just teasing. Are you going to be here, Phil? Watch, Phil won't even be here in the morning. I'll be here. No, I'm just teasing you guys. We will be here in the morning. Same type things, same time, roughly. Not as long. I'm working on it. The next few shows, I should get this mastered down to a normal time. And now that the hurricane has passed, the secondary hurricane's passed, there's not going to be, that to drag us out. No, we don't want no itchies, right, Molly? No itchies. So. It could be. It very well could be. You never know. Miss Jaycee's here. Matahari said the 3-day break requires some planning on my part. I don't have enough advance. That's great. I love it. Thank you. The Doodle says, like, hell you will. Okay. I get it, guys. Calm down. I don't want to put a turtleneck on. Let's see. Yeah, between 10 and 11:30, JC, depending on what time I drag my lazy behind up out of bed. Now, if I go to bed at normal times like this, I can get up. If I stay up till 2 or 3 in the morning, guess what? You guys aren't going to get me till about noon once I get up and get everything done and then get out here. So, or later, which I don't like. So anyway, great topic, great show tonight, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I really do. Like I said, there always has been. Oh yeah, Molly, I'm gonna play it tonight. I loved it, Molly. It was perfect. There has always been a bit of a paranormal, supernatural bit of feeling attached to this, which is why are you leaving already, Cap? He can't wait to get out of here. He's like, I'm out. Peace. Bye. Just kidding. Thanks, Cap, for joining us. I appreciate you very much, brother. A bit of a paranormal, supernatural thing attached to this because of the way the injuries looked, the radiation, all of that fun stuff. Have a great night, Siggy. Thank you for joining us tonight, dear. So, oh no, Tomboy, I'm good. You'll probably be up at 3 or 4, so I'm good. I don't need to be up that early. By the way, I hope you're feeling better, Tomboy, since you've been home. Take care, brother. Have a great night. Do me a favor, guys, if you would, please. If you have not hit the like button. Ooh, wait, what? Ooh, we could do a Dago morning routine show. You don't want to do that at all. I spend a lot of my morning routine in the bathroom doing different things, and I don't think you want to be there for that. Right. Yeah. Just saying. Thank you, Miss Zelda. Thank you for being here tonight, Miss Zelda. I appreciate it. I'm sure you're exhausted. You need to get some sleep. It's good to see you, Molly. I've been looking for you all day. I hope you're okay. I was worried about you for a minute, but there I see you're fine, so that's good. And this Miss Paula keeps going back to this. Why is everybody just acting like it's normal that the guy ate a key? I don't know. What do you have to say about that one, Mom?
I'm dead over here. It's very strange. It's very, very strange.
It is.
Like,
I love the way she phrased that too. It's great. It's great. It is weird. I'd like to know what the key went to. I'm really not 100% understanding of that. So yes, I agree with you, Paula. I just love the way you phrase that. Why is everybody just acting like it's normal that a guy ate the key? It's great.
Maybe
Yes, ma'am.
The lockbox with all the answers.
That was probably the entire answer to the questions to solve the mystery. The way it usually works. That's what Scooby taught me. That's all I can tell you. I get it, Molly. It's okay. Well, I do have a story about my brother in a baloney string, but no. I'll pass, Bill. Anything involving baloney, I don't want to know anything about. So, let's see here. Let me check everybody else out. You guys are insane in here tonight. You're killing me. Yeah, we're going to pass on anything to do with my morning routine. I mean, unless you guys want to watch me shave, shower, any of that other stuff, I don't think you do.
That's priceless.
You were 5 with Buck. Yeah, good point, Walt. Great point, Phil. Look, I'm calling these two each other's names now, by the way, Mom. I call Phil Walt. I call Walt Phil. At one point, I thought they were the same person in the beginning. I think that has something to do with it, but I'm just so tired tonight.
I'm the oldest of 7. My dad would go through about 5 names, and then he'd look at you and go, I know where you live. It don't make a damn what your name is. So I get it.
I still do that. I call all of my kids each other's names constantly. No problem, Miss. But you just said you love me, Miss Zelda. So what's the difference? I'm kidding. Kidding. Somebody ate a key. Yes, Miss JC, they did. Bet he heard ting and was Jesus Doodle. He must be one striking individual. Yep. You guys are great. Thank you all very much for being in here, Mom. Thank you for joining me. I hope your electricity will be on tomorrow.
Well,
It's still no word on this, right?
Thank you for letting me up and dealing with my leapfrog device.
Oh, no. Anything that works to keep you up here is all that matters.
I hope the sound's better. I don't like buds, so I just
sound good.
Like without anything plugged into it, so
it sounds good. You sound tired, but it sounds good.
Yeah, I've been up since this morning. Like I got up and I'm not awake. It takes at least like 3.5 cups of coffee before I'm even like functioning in the morning. So I got up and I just kind of, went and did my morning bathroom routine. And I looked around and I was like, what the hell?
You got somebody sleeping over there.
Yeah, he's snoring his ass off.
He is sawing some logs. Sounds just like me when I sleep. And the only reason why I know that is because I have irritated my entire family, and therefore they recorded me and played it back for me at breakfast one morning.
Yeah, when we lived in the apartment where I had my desk set up, it was like right by where he would crash out in his recliner.
Mm-hmm.
And for like the first, year I had my channel, most of the subs called him the snoring monster because he'd never come on camera.
Right.
And he kind of got that nickname for a while. The man wake up the dead, no pun intended.
No, I get it. Yeah, I snore deep and loud, and they're the long, drawn out like that. I'm like, I don't snore at all. Shit, I wish.
He says I snore, but I think it's just a dirty rumor.
We all do. My wife does too. Not deeply, but she does. They're the little sweet little female snores, the little. I can't even do it. They're so light. It's cute. But anyway.
I love you too, Zelda. I love all you guys, and thank you for all the prayers and positive vibes, and I appreciate you guys. You guys really make my heart smile. I go in and I check my comments in the mornings, and you guys have really made my heart smile, like being cared about and worried about. It's really meant the world to me. I'd be lost without you guys.
We are grateful that you are good. I was really worried about you there for you, Mikey, Brian. I was really nervous for you guys. And even Mikey kept saying, I ain't nowhere near it. I'm fine. Bullshit, whatever. I was still worried. And you being out there where you're at, especially, I was real nervous. But
yeah, and it's a total pain in the ass that I made it through the whole hurricane.
I can't believe it.
And a freaking tree falls and rips my line down. It's just
right.
Like
Mikey went through the same thing. Like he made it through all the harsh stuff, and then his power. He wakes up next day and he had no power. I was like, really? Come on now.
Yeah, I mean, we had some pretty gnarly winds. Like they said, it got up to 100, and I went out there when it was like peak and because I couldn't sleep after we left alive that night. Like I was wired for sound. Like it just worries the shit out of me anytime one comes through. after living on beachside and going through Ian, like it's just not the same anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so I'm like freaking out and waking up every couple hours and checking and walking outside. And I thought, well, you know, woke up and I was like, oh, well, you know, as bad as the wind was and the yard just is covered. Well, not now because I didn't work today. So what the hell else was I going to do?
Right.
The yard and stuff. And well, I mean, I had him on panel for a minute earlier. He cleaned the pool out, and which as long as he's in the water, he does really good, like because of his legs. And
Yeah, but he said that shit was cold, which I believe it would be at 77 degrees.
oh, it was funny. It was so funny. Like when he first got in, he was squealing like a girl. I wish I'd have got that on video. And
When they're done,
this is a man that gets in the springs, and like I refuse to get in the springs. Like I'm not getting in. I've gotten them one time. I went in Blue Springs. Like I'm the one that like I'm totally okay with setting up on the pier and the whatever the bridge, wherever the hell we go, whatever it has. I am totally okay with being up there and like security guarding all of our stuff.
sure.
Wildlife and video of wildlife.
Yep.
Because that shit's too cold for me. Like I just don't care nothing about it. Like you guys know I'm from Paducah, and we have the white water rafting up in Current River.
Yeah.
And catch me in Current River either. It's too cold, and I don't do.
Thank you, real quick. Thank you, Miss Denise, for dropping by tonight. We appreciate you. I hope you come back anytime. You're welcome. We're here 5, 6, 7 days a week, sometimes twice a day. So anytime you feel like it, please feel free to drop by. We really appreciate you and your input on and things that we talk about. So thank you so much. You are greatly appreciated. Have a wonderful, wonderful night, and get God bless. Bye-bye. Sorry, Mom. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I was just moaning about how cold the weather was. And yes, Denise, please come back. This is the best damn community on YouTube. So you will definitely enjoy it if you come back anytime during the week. We're like one big family over here. And we openly adopt anyone that wants to come back. I'm with Mike. He says, if it isn't 84-degree weather, I'm not getting in unless there's money involved. I'm telling you, I'm not doing the cold. I'm not a cold person. I don't like the cold. I don't like cold water. No part of it. Peak of the summer is about the only time you're going to see me in the ocean, and I don't go in very far after the shark incident. But I was not getting in that pool today. He was like, come on, get in. It's nice. No.
Yeah, no, I don't get into that pool until at least the 4th of July, because I know damn well that pool water ain't gonna be under 85 degrees if I get in it before then. And I'm telling you, I ain't doing it. Nope. It is a little too cold for me. I don't like. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't like it in August when it turns into a bathtub. That's one thing I hate. You have a pool for a reason. It's to cool you down and enjoy that. Sometimes you get in that pool and the water's like 93 degrees. It's like, what the hell's the point, you know? And I'm good. So, let's see. Denise Ferguson, no one shrugs responsibility like the folks at the... Oh, Jesus. Good one, Phil. Good one. And yes, Miss Leslie, I'm, I talk. Even though I say I was going to go to bed, it doesn't matter. I'll still be here another 3 hours. Miss Paula is going. Thank you, Miss Paula, for being here. Appreciate it. We've missed you. Thank you for partaking in the Paula and Walt show. Again, we appreciate that very much. It's cold as shit here tonight, folks. It went down to 32 degrees, and I was not quite ready for that. My furnace is turned on and on 70, which is odd for me this time of year. That wasn't actually my fault. My wife did it because she was like, I said, no, we're not turning. She didn't even finish. I knew what she was going to say because she had her little jacket on and her little blanket wrapped around her. And I said, No, it's not even like the end of October yet. Come on. We usually don't turn that on till like the very like right after Halloween. And she just cocked her head and looked at me and went, "Really?" So I walked over to the thermostat. I turned it on and turned it up, and I said, "There you go." Walked away. That's all it takes in this house is the look. Let's see.
Older, it gets the hose.
Oh, what did you say?
It does as it's toter, it gets the hose.
Mm-hmm. You are exactly right. I listen, I learned almost 20 years ago. When she's happy, I'm happy. When she's not, I'm miserable. So you do what you do. She's the boss.
But he learned real fast that happy wife, happy life.
Yes, ma'am.
He's
For
been
sure.
toxic ass relationships with useless women, so
Mm-hmm.
into shape this time.
You don't ever turn the heat on? Jesus, tomboy.
Oh, I'm all about the heat. Don't let me get near the thermostat. It'd be an oven in here. And y'all seen him, he's thick. He'd be like, I'll turn
That's
that
not.
down.
That's not. Yeah, we let my mother-in-law. Now, mind you, my mother-in-law's. They're from Alabama. They like heat. Okay. My wife, not as much as my mother-in-law. My wife is like me. We sleep in the. We're strange people, folks. We turn the air conditioner on in the wintertime sometimes in the bedroom because we have 32 blankets on our bed. We get under those and then we're warm, but that air conditioner kind of keeps the air the right temperature, right? We left one day for like the whole day in the wintertime last year. My mother-in-law was here and it was wintertime. It was like February. It was pretty chilly out. We came home. Now my thermostat usually stays between 68 and 72. That's the highest it ever goes because I got pretty well insulated house. I walked in and I opened the door and immediately went trying to inhale. My wife comes in behind me and goes, "What the actual hell?" It was like walking into a sauna. I went directly to the thermostat. Do you know she had it set to 76?
Oh, that's nice.
And I went, "Mother!" Yes. I said, What is wrong with you?" I was cold. Okay. There's a difference between being cold and sweating. Now, mind you, this woman weighs about 125 pounds, I think. I get it, but damn, my house, the thermostat was set to 76. My house was 87. Just telling you, that's how hot it was in here. And it's different, like, outdoor heat as compared to the furnace heat. It's hot in here. Hot. I turned that shit right back down. I put it down to 65 to cool the house down a little bit, and then right back up to 71. I said, "Now we're good." Now, mind you, not to mention the woman stays in her room all the time too. She's like a hermit. She'll come out when she's doing stuff, and then she goes back in there. That room has 2 heaters in it on top of the furnace, guys. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. She's not happy. She's like, she'll go outside in the weather, and it's like, say, it's like 80 degrees outside. She always wears jeans. She doesn't wear shorts, unless it's like 125 degrees, and then she'll put a pair of shorts on. But still, it's very dry heat, Molly. Like, when your nostrils are sucked together, and you blow your nose, and like Raisin Bran comes out or something. Ridiculous. So I don't get it. I just don't get it. You can't be that cold. So cold to her is being what normal is to the rest of us. Yeah, anything under 92 degrees is cold. You're insane. I'm sorry. But this is the best time of year. Now, if that closet door is open, heck no, closet monster. Jesus. Okay. 70-ish. I will say, though, this room back here that we're in, it's an addition. It has heating ducts in it. The one is right under the desk. I love it. But the rest of this room, it stays kind of chilly because I don't think they insulated it when they built it on. So if the wind blows, I kind of feel it. Catching up is a struggle because you can only watch a few minutes at a time. Phil, what the hell are you talking about?
You don't want to know.
I'm trying to find what he's. That porn, don't watch. Oh, Jesus. Bye, Phil. Go watch your thing. You need to, sir.
I told you didn't want to know.
You guys are a damn mess.
They're
Now
great.
they're repeating it now. Porn. Yes. Okay. Dago porn. What the hell's Dago porn? What the hell are you guys talking about?
It's like in NASCAR.
I don't want to know at this point. I just don't. Corn porn?
Corn porn? What the hell?
Y'all are blatantly just no, you're nuts. Mikey, really?
You're crazy.
You are not. You can tell when it gets late in here. People go crazy.
Dude was gonna pee. Mystery said you didn't have no dog in that fight.
Yep.
Guys,
Baby,
I need
what
that.
the hell? Baby fried chicken and taters porn? What the hell are you guys talking about?
Now I'm hungry.
Food porn? What is baby fried chicken, first of all? I need to know the answer to that.
Cornporn.com, Molly, I'm dead.
I don't think I can do it, Molly.
Matahari, I think I missed saying hello to you tonight, honey. Hello.
She came in after most.
Okay.
That's a real thing, you guys.
Cornhub.com.
Corn. Oh my God.
Team 2014. You didn't go look it up, did you? I have a meme I'll put in Discord whenever I get juice back on my laptop.
That's it. I quit. I'm done. I'm done. I don't even have a comment at this point. Shame on all of you. That's all I can say. Any one of you. Shame on you, Molly. Shame on you.
Shame, Molly. Now I'm gonna have to go look up what the hell corn porn is.
Don't do it. Do not do it. Don't do it, Matahari. Don't do it.
I'll text Minnie and be like, "What's corn porn?" He's gonna be like, "Mother."
Yeah, it gives an entirely different outlook on cream corn. That's all I'm saying.
Oh Lord.
I'm done. I'm done. Wow. Yes. Doodle called her a cornhole. I know, Molly. And no, I'm not looking it up again.
Tell him Dago told me to look.
Right, Mikey. FFS for sure. You better get your girl, bro. Kiki's a little nuts.
Phil, see what you started?
Thanks, Phil. I'm not going to look again. I said during the hurricane we should have offered up RINDE as sacrifice in exchange for the spring break girls. Good Jesus, Phil. Mikey says, you need another haircut, bro? You just got one 2 days ago. I know where you're going. Mystery said not going to look. No, don't. Do not. I don't want anybody learning that and coming in here and then, nope. In fact, here.
Right,
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free.
I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm like you.
No, Molly, I looked them both up same time. They're both wrong.
I needed that laugh, y'all.
Shame on y'all. And Miss Sherry's in here too. And look, she's giggling.
Miss Sherry.
Mike, I don't need to know, bro. You get your hair cut wherever, whenever, however you need to do it, but I don't need to know. You know what? You think that's what it is, Paula. Don't go look it up, is all I'm telling you, because you ain't going to like what you're going to find.
What was that cartoon with the hot dog and the bun that came out a few years ago?
Sausage Party.
Yeah.
That was raunchy.
That went through my head when she said that.
I thought it was a cartoon, right? So I started to let Caden watch it until the first set of nope. I was like, get out now. Go. It was bad stuff.
Very bad.
We probably did, Phil. Thank you for starting that, sir. Yes, Molly knows. She's dumped right on it too. Sausage Perry. Well, this has turned into a different platform tonight.
After midnight, anything goes.
Yeah, don't feed the meatballs after midnight. Phil's getting the blame for everything. Your kids tried to get you to what? Oh, the sausage party. I thought you were talking about the corn thing. It was Pillow Talk, right? Dago Sexy Show, of course. Oh, of course, Leslie, no problem. We're all adults here. Never thought of myself as a leader or a troll, but this worked out.
Phil gets a gold star.
Yeah, Phil, you capitalized tonight, my friend.
Have you been taking lessons from Miss Ann's tarp roof?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're not doing none of the corn stuff again. No. 2 corns, 1 cup, none of that stuff, guys. It's just not happening. What is this doodle got up here? No cornholio either. Alicia said, "Oh God, gag." I said corn, not the girls. Everybody saw say 3 Hail Mary. Yeah, you need to say more than that. And there comes Mary with the corn. Shame. See what you guys did? You even got the channel mother involved. That ain't fun.
Oh, that's priceless.
Oh no, Siggy and Mike, are you in here? I know Siggy said good night earlier. It's okay. Wisdom speaks with butter. Oh God, Leslie.
Walt was here earlier, Mystery.
Did he leave? Yeah, he left.
Yeah, he said something. I don't remember what he said though. He went to do something.
I thought that was part of the conversation. I thought. I don't know. Hell, who knows? Anyway, all right, y'all. I gotta go to sleep. I'm gonna have nightmares as it is. So,
Mexican corn.
What?
Sherry.
What did she say? Hold on a minute.
Oh my Lord, I'm in tears over here.
Did she say something that I missed? Yes, she did.
Corn. Mexican cornbread is fire, y'all.
Actually, Mexican street corn. If anybody has not had that, oh my God.
Grilled corn.
You grill it and then you dip it in that stuff for it. It's good. It's very good. It's addictive. Dub 45. Sorry that this was your experience in here tonight. It's not normal for us, but hey. Oh, it is what it is. It's Friday night. Whatever. Let it all hang out, right?
It's Friday night. We feel alright.
I'm afraid to look at Discord at this point, to be honest with you, because I just see all the memes rolling.
I don't even have Discord. Damn it.
Oh no, what? Hold on a minute.
Mike, I lived in New Mexico, let me tell you. You don't want no part of that because you might walk into a dark alley in a dark room and be scarred for the rest of your life. What you might see going on in yonder. Well, Deb45, thank you for subscribing. Molly, we have been good children, haven't we? Zelda coming in hot with creamed corn. Oh my lord, y'all, I needed that laugh. Creamed corn casserole. Yeah, I think the boy came up. Yeah, Mike, I know what you mean. Or you know what I mean. Sorry, I read that wrong. Yeah, I went to go get a gordita and followed a friend into a door, and I will never forget what I saw. And it's not family friendly enough to talk about on YouTube. You guys know that screen that comes up that says this stream has violated. That was what had happened was. Is he shaking his head? I'm on chat. I can't see.
Cans of corn fell out of my chair at night. I thought it was a bird.
What?
What?
Huh?
Oh God, yeah.
Side-eye cans of corn. I don't know what to even say anymore. I'm deconnected. Disconnected. Sorry, deconnect. I can't even talk.
Look what we've done to Dago. Now he's deconnected.
Jesus, whatever that even means. I'm deconnected there, my buddy. I'm a pew pew. As if the Doodle was gonna shoot up a bunch of cans of corn that fell out of a chair. Why were they in a chair, Doodle, instead of the cupboard? Are you drunk, Doodle? Oh, welcome, Mittens. I didn't know you were in here. Oh yeah, and she was in her bloomers. I remember this story. This actually happened, you guys.
You got a new sub a while ago. Hang on, I'm gonna scroll up.
I seen it. It was
Dub45.
Yeah, thank you, Dub. We appreciate you.
They came in just as the live took a hard left turn into chat. They may have been lurking earlier though.
Yep. Well, I hope that we didn't scare them away. I hope we didn't scare them away. I promise you that. What the hell? Hold on a minute.
I forgot the bag of corn on the kitchen chair.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. You have no idea what I just found.
Oh Lord!
Look at this. Look
I
at
got go where I can't see both. Okay.
Here we go. This is what this guy does here. There you go, guys.
Is that?
No, I can round that inside. So our
These are corn heads. They look like the California raisins.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to extend those edges just a whisker. Extend the bottoms there. That way. I'm just going to go on the side here.
That one in the back smoking a cigar.
They're corn heads?
It says how to carve yourself a corn cob head. Full wood carving tutorial.
Across to there. Down.
What the hell's a corn head?
They're little people. Little peoples. Little corn peoples. He's pretty good too. If he's using pine, if he's using that little knife.
Right there.
Them are little corns.
Like I said, I just put that little extra
like a cone head
wing on there,
but a corn head.
To give a little eye bag. So that's just a little
corn head. Okay.
Yes, Mom is about as tired as I am. She's about.
Deliria done set in. I'm over here. Y'all got me laughing so hard I'm freaking crying. Oh,
You need it. What do we do with little corn people? Well, Leslie, I mean, honestly, no idea. You could come up with different things, I'm sure.
You could play soldiers with them.
Sure. You could do corn Elizabeth who what?
Cornholio.
It could be, yes, cornholio. Oh Lord, sure forgot about no power for a minute. Yes, you did. See?
Yes, I did. Oh my goodness.
Let's see here. Oh wow. What in God's name? Hold on.
Corn is kind of a staple, though, I guess. What they use corn to make fuel, and back in the day, they used corn husks to make dolls.
Here you go, Mom.
And it says it's absolutely delicious. Yum, 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 yum.
That baby was loving that corn.
Oh my goodness.
There was them. What in the hell?
Moonshine. They used to use corn cobs to wipe their butts.
What?
Yeah, back in the day.
I have no comment.
Corn is one of the few foods that goes in and comes out looking the same.
How about when it shows up when you ain't even had it?
Dude, for days. It's freaky.
What is going on out here?
I don't know, but we want to know what's going on out there. What you doing?
I'm finding things that are making me believe I'm actually delirious.
A big corn knobs and has to choose. And one more beautiful thing for me. I really like cones.
What are do you like about corn?
It's cold. A good corn that knobs. It has the juice. And a more beautiful thing. For me, I really like corn.
What do you like about corn?
It's cold. A good.
Where the hell does this stuff come from? Where did these get right? Exactly, Phil. See? It's everywhere.
I'm telling you, corn, man.
Oh God. I found the same song with a different video. I'm not even looking for this shit at this point. It's just appearing now. Here's even more.
What do you like about corn?
It's cold. A good corn that knobs. It has the juice. And a more beautiful thing. It's cold. For me, I really.
Can I ask anybody, why in God's name would you paint yourself up like an ear of corn?
I got nothing.
There ain't nothing. People are insane. What? What? No. Nope. Nope. Ew. Ew. What? Who puts ketchup on corn on the cob?
Oh no.
If anybody in here says you do it, I'm kicking you out. I'm just telling you right now. Why? Who would do that?
I don't know, my old man thinks that hot sauce goes on everything.
Hot sauce are different.
I swear the man would put hot sauce on ice cream if he could.
I've done that before.
Okay. Ooh. Now for the kernels. I really want to remove the kernels one by one, but it's taking forever, so.
I wonder if these people know that there's resources for people like this.
She was having a corn husking good time.
Yeah.
Corn drugs are bad.
It is weird, ain't it?
Oh god.
Korean corn dog from two hand. Oh no, nope. Nope. Cheesy. Nope.
Oh Lord, y'all. Corn cob pipes. Those are the best ones to smoke out of.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's what's been going on throughout this stuff that I'm finding. Truly.
Zelda. Good night, Alicia.
Good night, Alicia. Thank you for hanging here with the insanity. Y'all, there's too much of this stuff out here that really, this is starting to freak me out a little bit.
Insanity loves company.
That's not a real corn.
It's good.
How does it taste good?
Hey, how's the corn maze so far?
It's great. I had a joke, but it's too corny to tell you.
No, I don't want to be eaten.
What the hell?
There really are resources, people. There really are. Too many of them. Nope, you're wide awake, dude, just like the rest of us are. I've been done since the singing snakes. Sorry.
Oh my lord.
I just can't believe that any of this shit exists out here. All I did was type in the word corn and all sorts of stuff popped up. Weird, strange, odd stuff.
My generation.
Excuse me. How's that? No. Corn ice cream? What?
Ew.
Why?
That don't even sound good.
Why? No, it doesn't at all. I will say one thing that I have a big kind of an addiction to that's really good. Have you guys seen I can't remember the brand. It's like popcorn in a bag, but it's got a flavor. It's a brand and it tastes like corn on the cob. I can't think of the damn brand name. It's so good. And they have the Mexican street corn flavor too. Damn it, what is it called? If you like popcorn, it's really good. Not falling for that again. What are you talking about, Doodle? Nope. Ain't working, Phil. Nope. No, I'm not that tired.
Help.
Has anybody ever had the miniature corns? The baby corn? Skinny Pop. That's it. Thank you, Mike. That's it right there. Thank you. Or Smart Pop, whatever the hell it is. Yes, it's very good shit. It tastes just like corn on the cob. And then they have the Mexican street corn flavor. It's amazing. It's dangerous too because I could sit and eat a whole damn bag of it.
I like those puffy. I don't know what the hell they're called.
The air puff things.
Yes, dude. When I buy those, like I have to buy 2 bags because I will sit and eat the whole bag, and then he'll be like, "Where are those puffy cheese things?" And I'm like,
You guys have an Aldi's, Mom?
Yeah, we've got one.
The one that LR, yes, LR, that one. It's amazing. It is absolutely amazing.
Clancy's.
That's the brand. Cass beat me as typical. What did you say now, Cass? Skinny Pop. Yep. Like child corn. But no, Phil. Jesus. What in the hell? Not like child corn, weirdo. I said they're the little tiny. They put it in like Asian food and stuff like that. Those corns. Oh Jesus, Bill. I can't. I can't. Zelda. Jesus.
Cornhole stalkers.
The little crunchy corn you can get in. Yes, Cassie knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, I gotta wake up. Wake up, Doodle. Wake up. It's okay.
You ever seen what they butter?
I mean, oh, that is true. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I gotta show you guys something. And don't say a word. Just look at what I show you. And I forgot about this, and then you can react in a minute. I still can't believe that this exists. Here, here we go. This is a real thing. And this, from my understanding, is what this is for. But shame. Whoever invented this, You no. This is a corn butterer. Nope. 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 Whoever made this, shame on them.
Can you get that from Temu?
Probably.
Yes, you can.
Absolutely. And probably. This is such a shame, shame, shame. And you know it's jacked up as my son reminded me of it. I know I did, Leslie. I'm sorry. My son did this one, not me.
Kaden for the win. I'm dead. I gotta remember the timestamp so I can tell Minnie. I ordered one from Temu for the old man for Christmas. He took him out a gag gift. Oh Lord. Oh, oh God. Special 39 cents unless you buy 3.
I think this might be where Molly was going earlier.
Oh God. Well, that takes DuckTales to a whole new level. I mean, you know.
Is this where you were going, Molly? Because this kind of feels like it.
Oh God. There's something for everyone, I reckon.
The movie Witness flashbacks. Anybody that comes in and watches this show at a different date is going to be like, "What in the actual hell is going on here?"
Oh, Leslie, I've banned myself from Temu. So I just send screenshots to Minnie now because I had to take it away from myself. I was having way too much fun on there. And when I send it to Minnie, anytime I send him something that like is risque or like I think is funny because I have dark humor. He always sends me a text that says "Mother."
I just saw something cool. The easy way to butter corn is to put a bunch of butter on a piece of bread and do that thing. It's a pretty easy.
Go lefty for you.
That other thing is just no way. I can't believe that exists.
We can't see it. Yeah, I'm gonna snort. It's gonna be.
Well, you didn't have to go left, T. The whole show went to the left a long time ago.
Oh my Lord.
I think I covered it all. Wait, what is this? What are you doing, bro? Ew.
Orange juice.
What in the hell? Why are you dipping corn in orange juice?
Ew.
That's why you're fat, dude. That's so weird. Arrowroot corn. What? Y'all, listen. I may have to walk away from YouTube tonight. I just might have to do it. I'm becoming scared in a bad way. Oh, cute. Doodle corn gnome. It looks like Doodle in the face too a little bit.
Thank you, Wisdom. It has been a hell of a week.
It
And
sure has.
all week long, I'm literally like in tears over here. I needed this.
Been a while, Phil. I'm sorry I had to do corn porn to get people to hang around, but hey, you know, whatever works, I guess. Orange juice, Mittens, right. Y'all, I'm telling ya.
Oh my goodness. My God.
So. Exactly, Mickey. So.
All right, mystery. Oh, whatever pops your kernels, I feel I'm dead. Oh, Lord. Oh my goodness.
Oh Lord, here you go, guys. There's something to watch real quick.
Oh Lord.
Like I said, I just started scanning through things that popped up, and I don't even know what the hell I'm looking at anymore.
And bored during social distancing in your lockdown bunker? Struggling to stay motivated to write that 500-page erotic fantasy novel you promised yourself you would? Well, say hello to the all-new Lockdown Buddy by FAPS. The Lockdown Buddy comes with everything you need to remain happy and safe in these troubling times.
Wow.
Are you feeling sluggish and lazy? Then join in with one of the Lockdown Buddy's 47 different pre-programmed home workouts. Why not try a nice gentle slow dance to raise that heart rate?
Kissy.
Feeling hungry after all that exercise? Have no fear, the Lockdown Buddy is here to help with their multi-purpose utility backholes. Watch as your new friend births you some much-needed supplies.
Multi-purpose utility backholes. It is paranormal night, folks. Remember that, okay? But what in the what is this?
One of their unique patented backholes. Now that you're well fed and exercised, you're probably in need of some social interaction. But you can't because of social distancing? Well, keep that chin up, because the Lockdown Buddy can help you out yet again. It's time for the Lockdown Buddy's patented multi-purpose utility backholes to shine once again. Just stroke one of the backholes to prime it.
What in the hell is that? Looks like your ex-mother-in-law. Jesus, Doodle. I don't think I want to go. Wait a minute. What is...
Now we're stroking back holes.
Oh, there's extra heads? Okay, I thought that was going another direction for a minute.
It's cool. So how do you feel now? You've got no toilet paper either because of those panic-buying stupid people? Well, that's okay. Your new buddy can help you
Oh,
out
hell
yet
no.
again. Just go ahead and pull his tail, then stand well back. Feeling better? Need to go out to the shops? Well then, you'll need a protective face mask, right? Just go ahead and reach into one of your buddy's multi-purpose utility backholes. So just go ahead and pop that mask on. Then you'll be protected from inhaling anything nasty out there. Now off to the shops we go. Oh, you're back. Did you get all of the shopping you needed? But now you're home, you need to clean your hands? Well, just go ahead and milk your new buddy. Worry over. Their teats excrete hand sanitizers. Enough sanitizer to go around. Be careful not to milk too hard, though. Also, I didn't like to say anything, but you're looking a little bit scruffy. When was the last time you had a haircut? Not to worry, the buddy can help you with that too. You look great. That tickled. What a busy day. Hasn't your new buddy helped the lockdown go quicker? Looks like it's time for you and your buddy to go to sleep. So remember, order your own all-new lockdown buddy from FAPS now. Good night.
I think whoever created this is probably locked away somewhere right now. That's the only thing I can think of. But that, what? Oh, God.
But it was handy, though, if it pooped toilet paper.
What? Why? Why did this person create this? I'm going to have a nightmare.
I don't know. You know what I learned? A fun fact during this hurricane? That toilet paper, my favorite brand, is made in Ohio.
There's toilet paper made in Ohio?
There is.
What brand is that? Please don't say Scott Tissue.
Charmin is made in Ohio.
My back is itchy.
Charmin's made in Ohio?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
There's a whole guide of different states that American toilet paper is made, so we won't run out no more.
There is some severely insane shit on the internet, guys. I use the Dollar General, not quite super cheap stuff. I'm not gonna sleep tonight.
You might.
I'm being honest. I'm just not. That thing gave me the complete total creeps. What is this, Molly? I don't know who that is. Is that Doodle? Looks like it. Are you still here, Mom, or did you fall asleep?
I'm over here.
I've seen about everything I can see tonight, I think. Oh, that looks like fun. Wow. I did play it. I only played it because I don't know why I played it. I don't know why. I don't know what the hell it was. I still don't know what the hell it is. Well, this looks kind of cool. Wow, I didn't know. I've seen people do that with Christmas lights. Never did it with Halloween lights. Oh, here you go, guys. We'll close the night out with this. Classic 80s Halloween commercials. You can't get no better than this. Please don't squeeze the Charmin. Yeah, you don't want to piss Mr. Whipple off. Here we go. See how many of these you guys remember.
This is KHJ-TV, Channel 9, Los Angeles. Rayovac is providing free personal kid-size flashlights for use when trick-or-treating Halloween night. These flashlights will light the way to safer rounds of the neighborhoods. To get your flashlight, just come to any Madison Burger King on October 30th and ask for one. No purchase is necessary, and Burger King will give you a special treat bag and a coupon good for the soft drink of your choice. But the supply is limited, so get to Burger King early. And remember, be safe this Halloween. Wear light-colored costumes, be extra careful crossing streets, and ask your parents to check your treats and throw out any unwrapped ones just to be safe.
Toys R Us has the Big Bird Halloween costume and the Yoda Halloween costume for trick-or-treating.
Never, 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 ever, ever. 10 singers, 9 singers, 8 yummy singers. 7 singers, 6 singers, 5 tasty singers.
Everyone wants to zap gold cake with vanilla frosting, devil's food with chocolate, raspberry with coconut, or with cream centers.
Please one singer to zap.
Right now, in specially marked bonus packs, you'll find a pumpkin decorating kit and 2 extra zingers.
Trick or treat!
1 trick and 2 treats from Dolly Madison.
My most perfect creation! Gee, I'll have to do something about that fit.
Introducing Spooky Goop, horrifying monster makeup you make up at home. Spooky Goop's bubbling lizard lips, backbones, and toes create a ghoulish goo that makes a monster out of you.
Now that's the face no mother could love.
Spooky Goop, spine-tingling makeup for Halloween or any unearthly occasion.
I like the what was it? Raspberry coconut zingers or something like that. I liked those ones a lot too. I think those are the ones.
Come to the haunted house for tea. You'll never know quite what you'll see. The pictures have eyes, the walls have ears, and nothing's as it first appears. There's a vampire bat, an animal ghost, things that are good on a piece of toast, a pair of fangs and a pumpkin head, all in a sauce that's rich and red. Heinz Haunted House.
It's our speciality.
Halloween's a perfect time for baking spooky cookies. Just roll out Pillsbury sugar cookies, cut, bake and decorate, and feed them to your goblins. So much fun there.
Scary! Oh,
Look what's coming out of the pumpkin patch this Halloween. The Pumpkin Cutter, a great way to let your kids carve their own pumpkins without sharp edges that cut little hands. It even makes toothy grins easy to do. The Pumpkin Scoop removes seeds and pulp better than any spoon. And the Pumpkin Light replaces dangerous candles with glowing results. Have a great pumpkin this Halloween with the Pumpkin Cutter, Pumpkin Scoop, and Pumpkin Light. Pumpkin Cutter products available at Long's Drugs and Safeway.
This Halloween, you could be in for some real entertainment with Brown Tree's Video Marathon. You could win a Panasonic giant screen television, video cassette recorder, and use of 100 movies. Details are on all Roundtree Halloween packs of Coffee Crisp, Smarties, Aero, and Kit Kat. Roundtree's Video Vampire Halloween Contest. Now that's something to howl about.
Kid, what makes these wax museum figures look so real? I don't know.
Good evening.
Why don't you ask them? Let's get out of here. We better power up with a Cheerios breakfast. A balanced breakfast like this one.
Do you remember any of these, Mom? She's gone. She said, peace, I'm out.
Cheerios, the go-go power of power. It does your go and it really shows. The go-go power of Cheerios. You're feeling your Cheerios.
Cheerios!
This Halloween, something monstrous is coming your way.
Dad, the money monster's here.
You can win up to $10,000 instantly at Roundtree's Money Monster Contest. There's a match and win card in every Halloween pack of Coffee Crisp, Smarties, Aero, Kit Kat, and Mirage. Just scratch and then find a match. Roundtree's Money Monster. Pure madness, if you know what I mean.
On October 28th, Halloween Day, Provincial's got a bonus draw coming your way. $50,000 for 50 like you. Someone's got to win it. It might as well be you. The Provincial Match. It's a bonus draw match. Catching on in a flash. Provincial Match.
Bagoogers. Oh no. Yes, be safe. All right, y'all. I'm curzosted. I'm exhausted. Burzosted. Beghosted. My brain is melted. I feel something leaking out my left ear. I think it's time for me to go to sleep. And I'm eating popcorn. See how that works? I love you guys to death. I appreciate you hanging with us tonight. I hope you enjoyed the show. And we will be. Yes, yes, Mom. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. I'm glad you laughed. That means everything. No, Molly, that's a horror show. Any costumes from the 1800s or the early 1900s are scary. The scariest shit you ever seen in your life. Excuse me. One night we'll sit here and go over 80s commercials and 90s commercials and stuff like that, guys. It's a lot of fun. I like doing that. But I am burnout. So thank you for joining me, Mom, up here tonight. I appreciate you very much. Everybody else, thank you for being here. I appreciate you guys even more. You guys are amazing people. It was a great night, great show, a lot of fun. That was a good story too. I really enjoyed tonight's the story tonight. Sorry. There's a lot of questions with that one, and I hope you guys got something out of it for sure. I appreciate anybody that donated to the channel via Cash App, PayPal, or Venmo. It is very much appreciated. We don't expect it from you guys, but we do definitely appreciate it. God bless. I appreciate you guys just being here, supporting the channel in general. Welcome to the new meatballs. We appreciate that very much. And we will be here tomorrow morning for the morning show. So I hope y'all are ready. Bring your coffee. And the shave you've seen on Elton John's 80s. But bring your coffee and wake up with me and Doodle and get your day started right. Get your weekend started right. Awesome stuff. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing about yourselves. You guys are absolutely amazing. Much love to each and every one of you guys. Good night. God bless. And I will see you very soon. Bye-bye, folks.